Chapter 1044, It's Always Crazy Once, Part 4. Upon finishing her words, Shangguan Furong continued, moreover, I suspect that those birds' nests and watches weren't even bought by him. A man who can use wild grass to propose, what else can't he do? If the Zhua family couldn't afford a ring, that would be one thing, but money is certainly not an issue for them, which indicates that Zhua Ling doesn't really care about Shangguan Shi. What kind of good life can you expect with a man who doesn't hold you in his heart? Little aunt, Zhua Ling really isn't like that. I've known him for 3 whole years. And I also feel that a ring is not practical, it just gets in the way when worn on the hand. Compared to that, she preferred birds' nests and watches. Shangguan Furong helplessly shook her head. Xiaoxi, I think you're completely bewitched. Madame Shangguan picked up the conversation. Xiaoxi, not only does your little aunt disagree with you being with Zhua Ling, but even your great aunt thinks that there's a big problem with Zhua Ling's character. The whole family opposed this marriage, and only Shangguan Shi herself couldn't see the actual truth. Perhaps this is what it means to be blind when you're involved in the situation. Shangguan Shi said very firmly, I don't care. I just want to marry Zhua Ling. I don't agree, Madame Shangguan was just as firm. Xiaoxi, your mother passed away early, and I have a responsibility towards you. I can't just watch you jump into a pit of fire with my own eyes. Grandma, please, Shangguan Shi clung to Madame Shangguan's arm, nearly in tears. Zhua Ling and I truly love each other. He's not a pit of fire. Please bless us. Madame Shangguan was no fool. She knew she couldn't afford to be soft-hearted at this time. Because Zhua Ling was not a good man. At the side, Shangguan Furong tried to persuade Shangguan Shi, Xiaoxi, your grandmother is only thinking of your best interests. We won't speak of family backgrounds, but just consider Zhua Ling's character. He's not worthy of you. And besides, his family situation is too complicated, with 7 sisters. If you really marry him, you're going to regret it one day. Although Zhua Ling claimed that his family didn't favor boys over girls, Shangguan Furong felt he was lying. How could such a family not favor boys? No, I won't regret it. Shangguan Shi continued, and there's no problem with Zhua Ling's character at all. Everything he does is for my sake. He has my best interests at heart. Shangguan Furong shook her head helplessly. Grandma, I beg you, I've never asked you for anything from when I was small until now. This is the first time. Please agree, will you? All those in love are the same. They long to be with the one they love and pray for their family's blessing. The so-called feelings of happiness and sweetness fill their hearts completely, making them deaf and blind to everything else. They focus solely on being with their loved one, unafraid of even a future of hardship and darkness. Shangguan Shi was a prime example. She was someone who would disregard everything for love. In life, you have to be crazy at least once. Madame Shangguan understood Shangguan Zai's nature well. If she were to refuse outright, she feared that Shangguan Shi might do something extreme. She sighed and said, Xiaoxi, let me think about it. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Shangguan Zai's eyes. Grandma, do you agree? Madame Shangguan said, I can't give you an answer just yet whether I agree or not. I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. As long as Madame Shangguan was willing to compromise, it meant there was still hope for the matter. Shangguan Shi said with a smile, then, Grandma, you must think it over. Zhua Ling really is an outstanding grandson-in-law. I'll never regret marrying him. All right, Madame Shangguan waved her hand, go on out, I have some things to discuss with your little aunt. As she spoke, Shangguan Shi turned and walked out. I'll go then. Whenever you're ready, Grandma, just let me know. After Shangguan Shi had left, Madame Shangguan sighed, this child, Xiaoxi, is really becoming more and more like her mother. Su Fun, back then, was even crazier than Shangguan Shi. They were both people who would do anything for love. Shangguan Furong nodded and sighed, yes, Xiaoxi has grown up so fast, but some things feel like they only happened yesterday. As she spoke, Shangguan Furong's tone changed as she continued, but Mom, do you really plan on agreeing to Xiaoxi and Zhua Ling being together? Do you think I, as her grandmother, could just watch her jump into a pit of fire? Madame Shangguan retorted. Is this a delaying tactic? Shangguan Furong asked. Madame Shangguan nodded. Xiaoxi can be quite extreme sometimes. If I didn't say it this way, I'm afraid she would do something earth-shattering. Shangguan Furong sighed softly, but this can't continue forever. You can't keep dragging it out, can you? Madame Shangguan looked up at the window. Let's wait until Yang Yang comes back tonight, then I'll discuss it with her. That child is the cleverest when it comes to ideas. Later that night, when Ni Yang came back, Madame Shangguan eagerly pulled Ni Yang into her room to talk about Shangguan Zai's situation. Upon hearing it all, Ni Yang said with a smile, Grandma, you don't need to worry about this matter. I believe that in a few days, Sister Xiaoxi will break up with Zuoling on her own. Really? Lady Shangguan couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at Ni Yang. Ni Yang nodded slightly. Really? Yang, do you know something? Or did you do something? Lady Shangguan asked out of curiosity. Ni Yang responded with a mysterious smile. It was just a little trick. Ni Yang trusted herself, and she trusted Li Tong. Hearing this, Lady Shangguan instantly felt relieved and said with a smile, Yang, with your words, I can rest easy. The next day was Sunday, and Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui went to the orphanage as usual. Time flew by, and another week passed. That week, Zuoling was still incredibly busy, so busy that he barely had the time to see Shangguan Shi. Today was an exception. Zuoling, afraid that Shangguan Shi might suspect something, said first, Xiaoxi, have you and your family discussed our marriage? Upon mentioning this, Shangguan Shi looked at Zuoling with a face full of guilt. I'm so sorry, Zuoling, for making you wait so long. I've already talked to my grandmother, but she hasn't given me an answer yet. Zuoling took Shangguan Zai's hands and spoke tenderly. It's okay, Xiaoxi, I understand you, and I can wait for you. On closer inspection, Shangguan Shi was actually even more beautiful than Li Tong. But Li Tong was better at dressing up. Each had their own merits, and if possible, Zuoling truly wished he could have them both. Unfortunately, that was not possible. If only Shangguan Shi had a background like Li Tong. Then he would definitely choose Shangguan Shi. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Shangguan Shi was just a country girl. Zuoling no longer wanted to play act with Shangguan Shi, especially since Li Tong was now more important, but he had already wasted a full 3 years on Shangguan Shi and recently even gave her bird's nest and a watch. These gifts couldn't just be for nothing, and those 3 years couldn't have been wasted. So, he wanted to extract some interest from Shangguan Shi. How? Of course, by sleeping with Shangguan Shi. During their years together, aside from occasionally holding hands, they hadn't even shared a kiss. Zuoling's calculating mind was working overtime, but Shangguan Shi was completely unaware that she had become prey in Zuoling's trap. Xiaoxi, do you have time this Saturday? Yes, Shangguan Shi nodded. Zuoling followed up, then let's meet at the cafe under the blossom on Saturday. Okay, Zuoling, don't worry. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer on Saturday, and on that day, I also have a long-hidden secret to tell you. This secret was something Shangguan Shi had intended to reveal to Zuoling the previous week, but it was postponed due to his mother falling ill. Ordinarily, Zuoling would have been curious about Shangguan Zai's secret, but today, he was not curious at all. The person he wanted to marry wasn't Shangguan Shi, so naturally, he had no interest in her secrets. In fact, if Zuoling had asked now, Shangguan Shi would have told him about the issue with her family background. Because she felt guilty towards Zuoling. Unfortunately, Zuoling didn't ask. It didn't matter if he didn't ask, she would personally come clean on Saturday. After exchanging a few words with Shangguan Shi, Zuoling returned to his office. As soon as he had settled into his seat, Li Tong leaned over to ask him a question. Zuoling could distinctly smell the fragrance of Li Tong's perfume, and it immediately stirred his desires. When he returned home in the evening, his mother came to him again, speaking ill of Shangguan Shi. She hoped her son would give up on Shangguan Shi and marry Chen Liebao. Zuoling said with a smile, Mom, I think you're right, Shangguan Shi really isn't my match. Oh my, my dear son, you've finally come to your senses. His mother said excitedly, then tomorrow, I will go to the Liebao family and settle things between you and Liebao. Zuoling continued, Chen Liebao isn't my match either. Mom, you're underestimating your son. Compared to Li Tong, what was Chen Liebao worth? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1045, Everything is under control. Fifth watch. Sua's mother was flustered. It was normal for Sheng Guanxi not to match Zuoling, but why now did Chen Liebao also not suit him? Lingling, could it be that you're dating someone new? Zuoling shook his head. Mom, do you know who is pursuing me now? Although Li Tong hadn't explicitly pursued him, she had always been showing him goodwill and even moved to the same office as him. Wasn't that pursuing him? Who? Sua's mother asked. Zuoling proudly said, our factory manager's niece. The factory manager's niece? Upon hearing this, both Sua's father and mother widened their eyes in surprise. My goodness. Their son was too impressive. He was even getting chased by the factory manager's niece. Zuoling continued, also, our factory manager's situation is quite special. She's over 50 this year, never married, and has no children. When she gets older, the factory will definitely go to her niece. Before Zuoling could finish, Sua's mother impatiently said, my goodness. Lingling. Then you'll be the big boss of the factory in the future. Sua's father equally excitedly said, I always knew our Lingling was capable. Zuoling nodded smugly. The entire Morning Light group would be his in the future, how could he not be proud? At this moment Zuoling was also feeling lucky. Thankfully, he hadn't married Sheng Guanxi. If he had, wouldn't he have missed out on Li Tong and the position as factory manager? Sua's mother then asked, so, have you broken up with Sheng Guanxi yet? Zuoling shook his head, I haven't had the chance to break up yet. I plan to clarify things with her this week. Sua's mother said, don't wait for this week, just clear it up tomorrow. And remember, make her return the bird's nest and the watch. If she refuses, I'll go to her myself. Zuoling continued, Mom, don't worry, I know how to handle it. Sua's mother then asked, what's the name of your factory manager's niece? How old is she this year? Zuoling said, her name is Li Tong. She's very beautiful, just a few years older than me. Had this been in the past, Sua's mother definitely would not have approved. Joking aside, her son was so outstanding, how could he settle for an older wife? But now, in the face of money and background, none of these were problems. As the saying goes, an older woman brings gold bricks, the older the better. Sua's father nodded in agreement, I think what your mother is saying is quite right, Lingling, you can't disdain her. Zuoling smiled and said, don't worry, Mom and Dad, I absolutely won't disdain her. Sua's mother continued, yesterday, Liebao brought more bird's nest and ginseng. Mom will use a beautiful box to package it, you take it to Li Tong. Zuoling said, Mom, now that I'm going to be with Li Tong, please don't let Chen Liebao come to our house anymore. What if Li Tong misunderstands? Besides, now just seeing Chen Liebao was revolting. Sua's mother said, that won't do. If Liebao stops coming, who will bring bird's nest and ginseng to our house? Who will buy your clothes? Once you and Li Tong's relationship is confirmed, only then can I clarify things with Liebao. Sua's mother was no fool. How could she sever ties with the Chen family while things were still uncertain? You know, half of the Zhua family's sustenance was provided by Chen Liebao. Chen Liebao could be considered a money tree for the Zhua family. Now it was perfect to use Chen Liebao's gifts to support Li Tong. Sua's mother's abacus clicked very loudly. Everything was within her calculations. Concluding her words, Sua's mother continued, Lingling, keep up the effort on your end. Try to win over Li Tong as soon as possible, preferably make it a done deal, so she can't leave you. Only then can I comfortably reject Liebao. Okay, Mom, Zuoling nodded. On the other side. As Saturday was quickly approaching, Shangguanxi found her grandmother. "Grandma, have you finally decided about me and Zuoling?" She was truly very anxious. This time, she didn't want to disappoint Zuoling again. She wanted to give an explanation both to herself and to Zuoling. Grandmother Shangguan said, "Marriage is a lifetime affair, Xiaoxi, what's the rush?" "I still need to think it over." Shangguanxi speechlessly said, "But you've been thinking for more than a week." Grandmother Shangguan chuckled, "All good things take time, don't be anxious, Xiaoxi." These words were instructed by Ni Yang to say. Ni Yang's exact words were that within this week, Shangguanxi would definitely have a change of heart and see Zuoling's true face. All she needed to do was to keep delaying Shangguanxi. Shangguanxi knew that her grandmother was intentionally dragging out the time. She might as well not say too much to the elderly Mrs. Shangguan. After all, no matter how much she said, they would never approve of her relationship with Zuoling. It seemed she had to resort to desperate measures now. That very night, Shangguanxi sneaked into the study room and managed to get a hold of the family household registration book. She planned to confess her true family circumstances to Zuoling on Saturday and, while at it, register their marriage. Once it's done, let's see what everyone has to say then. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was Saturday. Dressed and ready, Shangguanxi headed out to her appointment. But strangely, when she arrived at the cafe under the flowers, she did not find Zuoling there. Normally, he would arrive more than an hour early. Could something have held him up? Shangguanxi randomly picked a seat and sat down, and right then, a waiter approached her. "Excuse me, are you Miss Shangguan?" Shangguanxi nodded. The waiter handed her a note. "This was left for you by a Mr. Zhua." Upon reading the note, she found that Zuoling actually had arrived earlier, but had to cancel their meeting due to an unforeseen emergency. Shangguanxi sighed in disappointment. She had even planned a surprise for Zuoling. Such unexpected turns of fate. It looked like they wouldn't be able to register their marriage today, and she wasn't even sure if Zuoling would be available tomorrow. With a gloomy face, Shangguanxi left the cafe, her good mood from the morning completely gone. Having wandered aimlessly around the streets for several laps, she was just about to head home when a car suddenly stopped in front of her. The car window slowly rolled down to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. It was Ni Yang. Yang. Shangguanxi looked at Ni Yang in surprise. During the car ride, the two chatted and decided to head to the biggest mall in Beijing. The mall was bustling, filled with the festive spirit as the new year approached. "Yang, what kind of clothes do you want to buy?" asked Shangguanxi, linking arms with Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked around, definitely a cheongsam. Cheongsams were versatile. They could be paired beautifully with long down jackets or long wool coats. Shangguanxi said with a smile, "I envy you. You can wear a cheongsam anytime." She too wished to wear cheongsams, but she didn't think she had the figure for it. Cheongsams were extremely picky, not just in terms of facial appearance but also body type, especially the latter. Even the slightest flaw could be accentuated. Yang. Another voice echoed through the air. Ni Yang looked up to see it was Du Jiaojiao, Sister Jiaojiao. "Hey pretty Xiaoxi, shopping for clothes too?" Du Jiaojiao came over with a smile. Ni Yang nodded, "Yes, Sister Jiaojiao, are you also here to shop? Why don't we shop together?" "Of course, I was just about to say that." Their jovial conversation caught the eye of Wu Yenyun, who was also there to shop. Normally, she would have greeted Du Jiaojiao, but with Ni Yang present, she chose to ignore Du Jiaojiao. From Du Jiaojiao's perspective, she could detect Wu Yenyun's evasive gaze. "Pretty lady, what's going on with you and Yenyun?" Ni Yang was taken aback. She had never discussed matters concerning Wu Yenyun with anyone, so how could Du Jiaojiao know about it? Du Jiaojiao recounted an incident where Wu Yenyun had spoken ill of Ni Yang behind her back. Hearing this, Shangguanxi covered her mouth in shock. Oh my! How could Yenyun do something like that? Even Ni Yang didn't expect Wu Yenyun to stoop to such mean-spirited actions. It seemed she really despised her to the marrow. Du Jiaojiao continued, "And just now, she clearly saw us but didn't come over to greet us. That's really odd. Pretty lady, what's really going on between you and Yanyan? Du Jiaojiao was extremely curious. Ni Yang's eyes remained calm. It's complicated and can't be explained in just a sentence or two. Actually, Yanyan is my younger sister, blood-related. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1046, Scumbag Exposes True Colors, Awakening, 6th Update. Facts were facts, and Ni Yang did not want to conceal anything. Du Jiaojiao looked at Ni Yang in surprise. No wonder. No wonder, I always thought you two looked a bit alike. Although Wu Yanyan did slightly resemble Ni Yang, her features were not as stunning. Beauty lies in the skin as well as in the bones. Compared to Ni Yang, Wu Yanyan lacked a lot of natural charisma. Wu Yanyan was the gentle lady locked in the boudoir, while Ni Yang was indeed the world-conquering beauty in brilliant attire. These two, fundamentally, couldn't even be compared. Ni Yang just smiled. When Du Jiaojiao learned that Ni Yang had saved old Master Du, she thoroughly investigated Ni Yang's background. She knew about Ni Yang's life experiences. She also knew Ni Yang had 3 sisters who were abandoned due to the preference for a male child. Does Yanyan know she is your sister? Du Jiaojiao continued to ask. Ni Yang nodded. She knows. Du Jiaojiao then said, is she blaming your grandmother for abandoning her and that's why she bears a grudge against you? Maybe. Ni Yang's tone was indifferent. She blames me and my mother for not protecting her. Du Jiaojiao frowned slightly. It's understandable that she blames your aunt, but if she also resents you, then that's unreasonable. How old were you at that time? What could you have done? Ni Yang was also just a child at that time. She probably had only just started to walk steadily. How could she have stopped Grandma Mu from throwing away the children? Ni Yang just smiled silently. Du Jiaojiao continued, have you explained it to her? I have. Ni Yang shrugged, but she wouldn't listen. Not only did she not listen, but she also saw Ni Yang as a completely wicked villain. Fortunately, Ni Yang was rather open-minded and didn't mind these issues. If it were someone else, Wu Yanyan's heartless words could probably kill them with frustration. Du Jiaojiao sighed. Every family has its own troubles. Alright, let's not talk too much about this, let's go over there and take a look. Ni Yang nodded, took Shangguan Zai's hand, and followed Du Jiaojiao's steps. After the 3 of them left, Wu Yanyan emerged from behind the cover. She had a hunch. They were just discussing her. Ni Yang must have spoken ill of her to Du Jiaojiao. Stirring up trouble, reversing right and wrong. Perhaps by now, she's already a villain who cannot discern good from evil in Du Jiaojiao's eyes. It was so unbearable. Why should Ni Yang malign her behind her back? Wu Yanyan bit her lip hard, her face full of resentment. Yet now, aside from feeling aggrieved, she had no other option. Ni Yang was too shrewd, winning hearts effortlessly. Even if she rushed to explain, Du Jiaojiao wouldn't believe her. In front of Ni Yang, she had no choice but to accept her fate. But she didn't want to. Ni Yang didn't have as much drama as Wu Yanyan. During the dress fitting, her pager beeped. Seeing the message on the pager, Ni Yang's mouth curved slightly, and she turned her head to call Shangguan Shi, Sister Xiaoxi. Shangguan Shi was busy picking out clothes for Zhuoling. Hearing Ni Yang calling her, she turned her head towards Ni Yang. Yang, what's the matter? Ni Yang continued, Sister Xiaoxi, I suddenly feel like drinking Dubai pear juice. Could you buy me a bottle? I've walked too much today, I really can't walk anymore, and they sell it right over there. Shangguan Shi nodded, sure, Sister Jiaojiao, would you like one too? I'll get you one. Du Jiaojiao smiled and said, that would be kind of you, Xiaoxi. You're welcome. With that, Shangguan Shi, picking up her bag, walked in that direction. The moment Shangguan Shi left, Wu Chunjun arrived. Yang, what did you want to see me for? Ni Yang smiled and said, let me introduce you to my good friend Du Jiaojiao. Sister Jiaojiao, this is my sister's admirer, Wu Chenjun. On hearing this, Wu Chenjun's face flashed an awkward expression. He had never shown any irregular behavior in front of An Yang, and he didn't know how An Yang had figured it out. Truly impressive. No wonder Shangguan she liked her little sister so much. An Yang turned her gaze to Wu Chenjun. Brother Wu, do you like Sister Xiaoxi? Yes. An Yang was somewhat impressed by Wu Chenjun's courage to admit it publicly. It seemed that the elders in his family had not misjudged him. Wu Chenjun was indeed someone to whom one could entrust their life. An Yang nodded and smiled. So, would you like an opportunity to make a move now when she's vulnerable? Ah. Wu Chenjun was stunned, not immediately grasping An Yang's meaning. An Yang pointed in a direction. Sister Xiaoxi went over there. You can go find her. Whether you can win Sister Xiaoxi's heart during this opportunity is up to you. Now Wu Chenjun understood. An Yang was trying to matchmake him with Shangguan Shi. Thank you. Wu Chenjun seriously said his thanks and then strode in that direction. If this worked out, he would definitely thank An Yang properly. Du Jiaojiao came over and nudged An Yang's arm. Beauty, what kind of potion are you selling in your gourd? An Yang smiled and said, probably matchmaking potion. She genuinely hoped that Shangguan she would find true happiness that belonged to her this time. As Shangguan she walked along, she suddenly saw a very familiar figure. That was Zuoling. Shangguan she was stunned. Wasn't Zuoling supposed to be busy with something? Why was he here? And the woman standing next to Zuoling looked somewhat familiar. Was that Li Tong? Working in the same department, Shangguan she had some impression of Li Tong. Why was Zuoling with Li Tong? Just as Shangguan she was about to approach Zuoling, at that moment, Zuoling suddenly took Li Tong's hand. Yes. He took Li Tong's hand. Shangguan she froze, her footsteps halting. What was happening? Just then, she heard Zuoling continue, Tong Tong, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. What? Shangguan's eyes face turned pale, her blood running cold at that moment. Was she hallucinating? Li Tong curved her lips into a smile, her gaze passing Zuoling and looking towards Shangguan Shi across from them. You like me? Isn't Shangguan Shi your girlfriend? You have a girlfriend, how can you say such things to me? Aren't you afraid Shangguan Shi will hear and get angry? Zuoling was stunned. He hadn't expected Li Tong to know about his and Shangguan Zai's relationship. But Zuoling quickly recovered, his expression filled with affection. Shangguan Shi? What is Shangguan Shi? She doesn't even compare to your little finger, Tong Tong. The person I like is you. I want to be with you. Could you give me a chance? Li Tong raised her eyebrows. You shouldn't say that, you've been with Shangguan Shi for 3 years. If you don't like her, how could you endure her for 3 years? Tong Tong, listen to me, I really don't like Shangguan Shi at all, I don't feel anything for her. The only reason I've endured her for 3 years is because she kept pestering me relentlessly. I was driven to a corner, that's why I reluctantly agreed to her. Otherwise, how could a country bumpkin like Shangguan Shi ever match up to me? Pestering relentlessly? So she was just a persistently annoying country bumpkin. That's just ludicrous. Shangguan Shi never imagined that one day, she would hear such disheartening words about herself from Zuoling. Tears blurred Shangguan Zai's sight unknowingly. Li Tong continued, I don't see Shangguan Shi as that kind of person. How can you prove what you're saying is true? Zuoling immediately held up 3 fingers, I can swear to the heavens. Li Tong laughed, if swearing were effective, then there wouldn't be so many heartbreakers in this world. How do I know you're not lying to me? Besides, I heard you've already proposed to Shangguan Shi. This Li Tong was indeed the factory director's niece. She had quite the intelligence network. She even knew about that. At times like this, instead of denying everything, it might be better to just admit it openly. Perhaps Li Tong might even admire him more for it. Zuoling said, actually, the proposal wasn't really my intention, I just wanted to placate her, otherwise I wouldn't have come without even preparing a ring. Tong Tong, you know what? I just took a ring made of wild grass. She still agreed. Can you believe it? Shangguan, she must be a fool. Ha ha ha. Li Tong chuckled, then she really is a fool. Shangguan, she treated Zuoling like a treasure, but in his eyes, she was even less than grass. What else is that if not foolishness? Hearing this, Shangguan, she could no longer bear it, and turned around and walked away. She was too heartbroken, not even watching where she was going, and bumped directly into a wall of people, her tears instantly staining the person's clothes. What's wrong, Shangguan Xiaoxi? Who bullied you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1047, Confession, Part 7. Hearing the familiar voice, Shangguan, she couldn't control herself anymore and hugged his waist directly. She burst into a loud cry. The feeling was like that of a child who had been wronged, suddenly seeing an adult from home. All the grievances were infinitely magnified at that moment. Wu Qinjun froze, not knowing what to do. He said, "Tell me, who bullied you? I'll go get revenge for you." Not only did Shangguan she not answer Wu Qinjun, but she cried even louder. There weren't many reasons that could make Shangguan she cry so heartbroken. It must be because of some pretty-faced boy. With slightly furrowed brows, Wu Qinjun looked up ahead. Sure enough, he saw Zuoling not far away, laughing and chatting with another woman. This pretty-faced boy, having Shangguan she so good and not cherishing her, actually went to flirt with other women. Wu Chenjin's eyes filled with anger. Is it Zuoling, that pretty-faced boy who bullied you? Wait. I'll go beat him up right now. Daring to bully Shangguan shi. He doesn't see whose woman Shangguan shi is. Wu Qinjun released Shangguan shi and strode over towards Zuoling. Don't go. Shangguan shi reached out and grabbed Wu Chenjin's hand. Wu Qinjun could easily have brushed off Shangguan Zai's hand. But he just couldn't. His hand felt electrified, tingling all over. Don't go. Shangguan she choked up. Could you take me away from here? She didn't want to face Zuoling, nor did she want Zuoling to see her in such a sorry state. She just wanted to leave this place immediately. Okay. Wu Qinjun gripped Shangguan Zai's hand firmly, shielding her in his arms and using his suit jacket to cover her face, striding toward the exit. Passers-by looked on curiously, but none saw Shangguan Zai's discomposure. Wu Qinjun escorted Shangguan shi to the car. Where do you want to go? Shangguan shi shook her head. I don't know. Zuoling was her first love, and the one she wanted to marry ideally. The sudden turn of events made her feel as if her world had collapsed. The whole world turned dark. Wu Qinjun reached out and ruffled Shangguan Zai's hair. It's just a man, isn't it? Shangguan Xiaoxi, are you that frail? I remember the old you wasn't like this. Shangguan she glared at Wu Qinjun, her voice still thick with tears. What do you know? You've never been in love. How do you know I've never been in love? Wu Qinjun countered. Shangguan she was taken aback. Ah? Have you? It made sense, after all. Wu Qinjun had been abroad for so many years. How could he have never been in love? Wu Qinjun smiled and handed Shangguan shi a tissue. Want to wipe your tears? You're stronger than me. At least you once had love, while I never even had that. There was a trace of forlornness in the depths of Wu Chenjin's eyes. Shangguan she casually wiped her eyes. Ah? What do you mean? Wu Qinjun fell silent. I mean, it's about being secretly in love. Shangguan Xiaoxi, after all these years, how can you still be as clueless as before? His remark was ambiguous. Everyone around him could see that he liked Shangguan shi, except for Shangguan shi herself. In fact, Shangguan shi really hadn't noticed. Ah. You have someone you secretly like? Wu Qinjun was handsome, well-educated, from a good family, and had studied abroad. Shangguan she thought he surely wouldn't lack girlfriends. It was unimaginable that Wu Chenjun had someone he secretly admired. Truly incredible. Wu Chenjun said with a smile, "You can have a boyfriend, why can't I have someone I secretly admire?" Shang Guanxi sniffled, I didn't mean that. My point is your standards are so high, what kind of girl wouldn't be satisfied with you? Wu Chenjun sighed, I also want to ask her what she doesn't like about me, so I can change. Unfortunately, she doesn't even want to give me a chance to change. Shang Guanxi sighed too, Wu Chenjun, you are so pitiful. Compared to her, Wu Chenjun indeed seemed to be a lot more pitiful. This comparison made Shang Guanxi feel a bit more balanced in her heart. It seems that in this world, she wasn't the only pitiful person. I'm so pitiful, does it make you feel a little better? Wu Chenjun turned his head to look at Shang Guanxi. Shang Guanxi paused for a moment, then said, Wu Chenjun, you're not making up this story just to comfort me, are you? Do I look like that great of a person? Wu Chenjun retorted. It seemed, not really. Wu Chenjun continued, I'm serious, do you want me to go beat up that pretty boy? There's no need, Shang Guanxi shook her head. Wu Chenjun frowned slightly, you still have illusions about him. That made sense, 3 years of a relationship was not something you could let go of just because you said so. A mysterious expression surfaced in the depths of Wu Chenjun's eyes. It felt like he was a little short of breath. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanxi immediately denied, how could that be possible? I'm not an idiot. After all Zhuo Ling has done, why would I still harbor any illusions about him? Why wouldn't you let me beat him up then? Wu Chenjun countered. Shang Guanxi said, because I'm afraid hell'll dirty your hands. For a scumbag like him, it's not worth it at all. Shang Guanxi had a clear sense of love and hate. At this point, she had completely given up on Zhuo Ling. Her family was right, a person with character issues like Zhuo Ling simply didn't deserve her. She deserved better. Now, she regretted not listening to her family earlier and leaving Zhuo Ling sooner. At the same time, Shang Guanxi was also thankful that she had uncovered Zhuo Ling's true colors early. If she had found out after getting married, it wouldn't have ended well. Thinking back, she realized how foolish she had been. To be deceived by Zhuo Ling so completely, she should have realized long ago that Zhuo Ling had ill intentions. Wu Chenjun's eyes lit up as if he had come back to life. Are you speaking truthfully? Shang Guanxi nodded, of course it's true. Wu Chenjun then said, if it's the truth, then why are you crying? 3 years, I wasted 3 years with him. My heart isn't made of stone, how could I not have any reaction? That was the prime of her youth. Wasting 3 precious years on a scumbag like Zhuo Ling, how could Shang Guanxi not feel upset? Wu Chenjun was still a bit worried, what if he turned over a new leaf? Would you forgive him? No. Shang Guanxi said firmly. A scumbag is a scumbag. Even if he's reborn, as long as he's still Zhuo Ling, I will never forgive him. A smile slowly appeared on Wu Chenjun's lips, really? Happiness came so unexpectedly, he couldn't believe it. What should he do? Of course it's true. Shang Guanxi affirmed resolutely. Having known Shang Guanxi for so many years, Wu Chenjun knew well that she was a woman of her word. Since Shang Guanxi was so certain, she definitely wouldn't rekindle the past flame. That meant his chance had arrived. Wu Chenjun started the car, shall I take you home now? Shang Guanxi shook her head, I don't want to go home right now. Wu Lao San, let's go for a drink. Can we go to Blue Night Bar? No matter the era, there's never a shortage of nightlife. By 85, Beijing already had several bars. Wu Chenjun thought for a moment, are you sure you want to go to the bar? Shang Guanxi nodded, I've never been to a bar my entire life. Can you take me just this once? Wu Chenjun hesitated, then nodded, all right. Bars in the 80s were a bit different from those in later years. Bars of later times were glitzy and extravagant. At present, bars were simply places for drinking, not only orderly but also quite elegant, open even during the day. Shang Guanxi ordered 2 pitchers of beer in one go. At first, it was fine, but after a couple of glasses, she started crying while drinking. Usually prim and proper, Shangguanxi became a different person when drunk, hugging Wu Qinjun and cursing outs while Wu Qinjun just played along with her antics and joined in the cursing. Meanwhile, Ni Yang and Du Jiaojiao were still picking out clothes. Du Jiaojiao was a shopping guru, and in no time, she was carrying 7 or 8 bags. Ni Yang also selected a cheongsam for herself, along with a coat and a down jacket, and bought a set for each of the 3 elders, her parents, and little Ni Yun at home. The beauty, Xiaoxi hasn't returned yet. Are you sure she's alright? Du Jiaojiao was a little worried about Shangguanxi. She has Wu Qinjun with her, she'll be fine. Wu Qinjun grew up with Shangguanxi since childhood, and he was a gentleman, and Ai Yang wasn't worried about Shangguanxi at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1048, Grandpa Du is furious. Do you no longer wish to live? 8 updates. Du Jiaojiao nodded her head. It's getting late, let's go for dinner. Sure. After all, Ni Yang's task was already fulfilled. This way. Du Jiaojiao linked her arm with Ni Yang's. Ni Yang pointed in another direction. That way seems to be closer. Du Jiaojiao said, my younger brother is waiting for me over here. Is your big brother here too? Du Jiaojiao said, he originally didn't want to come, but since he hasn't left the house for several days and I find shopping by myself too boring, I dragged him along. In reality, having the eldest Du around was the same as not having him around. Because he hardly walked a few steps with Du Jiaojiao. There was a rest area inside the department store. With the new year approaching, the area was filled with people. Yet Wu Yenyun spotted Elder Du at a glance. He was sitting amidst the crowd, with one hand holding Buddhist scripture, the other turning a page. His pale palm was adorned with Buddha beads that, maybe due to being worn for a long time, were smooth to the point of shining like bright night pearls, dazzling under the light. Wu Yenyun was momentarily startled, then turned to look at her reflection in the mirror. Today she was wearing a white down jacket and small leather shoes, her hair was tidy, her face was clean, and after some time spent on self-care, the sickly and gaunt Wu Yenyun of the past was gone. Now, reflecting off the glass was a completely transformed Wu Yenyun. She and Ni Yang were blood sisters, and she didn't think she was much less attractive than Ni Yang at this point. So now, Wu Yenyun had enough confidence to greet Elder Du. Wu Yenyun turned slightly, preparing to walk over to Elder Du, but at that moment, she froze. Because someone had beaten her to it. It was Ni Yang. Again, it was her. Was she doing it on purpose? A layer of anger surfaced in the depths of Wu Yenyun's eyes. Doesn't Ni Yang already have a boyfriend? Why does she always crowd around Elder Du? Does she really think of herself as some kind of fairy, that all the men in the world have to like her? Wu Yenyun clenched her fists so hard her face turned white with rage. Over here. Du Jiaojiao, still arm in arm with Ni Yang, said, I'm going to have dinner with the great beauty. Are you coming? 2 girls going to eat together. If there was any private talk, having a man like him around was inappropriate anyway. Elder Du raised his eyes slightly. I'm not hungry, you 2 go ahead. Are you sure you're not going? Du Jiaojiao asked. Elder Du shook his head. No, I'm not going. Alright, then. Du Jiaojiao didn't press further. Well, the beauty and I are leaving. Go ahead. After saying this, Elder Du added, by the way, where are you going to eat? I'll have the driver come pick you up later. Ni Yang said, no need to trouble yourself, I'll take Sister Jiaojiao back after we eat. Elder Du didn't stand on ceremony either. Watching Ni Yang and Du Jiaojiao leave, color finally returned to Wu Yenyun's face as she trotted over to Elder Du. Mr. Du, Elder Du frowned slightly, and you are? He had always had a poor memory for people who were irrelevant to him. At his words, Wu Yenyun felt a moment of dejection. She had met Elder Du several times already, yet he still didn't remember her. Was she really that unremarkable? I am Wu Yenyun, she said. Oh, having been reminded, Elder Du seemed to recall, you're Ni Yang's younger sister. Elder Du couldn't remember Wu Yanyan's face, but he did remember her name. Because Ni Yang had mentioned it more than once in front of him. Ni Yang's younger sister? Wu Yanyan lightly bit her lip as a surge of indignation rose within her. In Elder Du's mind, was she merely the existence of Ni Yang's younger sister? No. She wasn't Ni Yang's younger sister. Nor was she an accessory to anyone else, she was herself. She was Wu Yanyan. This time, she was determined to make Elder Du remember her clearly. I'm not Ni Yang's younger sister. That kind of person doesn't have the right to be my sister. Du Grandpa slightly frowned, a surge of nameless anger suddenly rising in his heart, but his face remained as gentle as ever as he sized up Wu Yanyan with a cool tone. Ugliness breeds mischief. Ugliness breeds mischief? In an instant, Wu Yanyan was stunned. Du Grandpa's words felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her face, leaving her humiliated and furious. She had never imagined that Du Grandpa would say such a thing to her. Shouldn't Du Grandpa be asking her why she said those things about Ni Yang? Wu Yanyan had even prepared her defense in her mind. If Du Grandpa asked her, she would expose the Ni family's contemptible acts of gender preference. Let everyone know Ni Yang and the Ni family's deeds. Then see if Ni Yang would still have the face to appear before Du Grandpa. But he didn't. Not only did Du Grandpa not ask anything, but he also uttered hurtful words without the slightest concern for her dignity. However, judging by Du Grandpa's demeanor, she knew him not to be a man who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Could it be that Ni Yang had poisoned Du Grandpa's mind against her? Yes. It must be so. Previously, Du Grandpa had been very polite to her, and if Ni Yang hadn't said anything, Du Grandpa would not have suddenly turned like this. What on earth did Ni Yang want? She was the victim, the child who had been abandoned, and she had hardly done anything till now, but Ni Yang wouldn't let her go. Why? No, she couldn't let Du Grandpa misunderstand her any longer. Chasing after Du Grandpa, Wu Yanyan stepped outside. Mr. Du, Mr. Du. Wu Yanyan grabbed the hem of Du Grandpa's long robe. Respect yourself. Du Grandpa flung Wu Yanyan's hand away. Unprepared and on the slippery snowy road, Wu Yanyan tumbled to the ground. Quite embarrassingly. But Wu Yanyan couldn't care about that now, she just wanted to expose Ni Yang's true face to Du Grandpa. Mr. Du, you must not be deceived by Ni Yang. She's a person with double standards. I am her biological sister, born from the same mother, yet because they favored boys over girls, they abandoned me. Later, when Ni Yang knew for sure I was her sister, she hid it on purpose for fear I would take the Ni family's property. And moreover, she deliberately appeared before you, she wanted to seduce you. Yet she already, just then, Wu Yanyan's voice suddenly got stuck in her throat, as if someone had pressed pause. Because Du Grandpa's hands suddenly gripped Wu Yanyan's jaw, tightening progressively while his slender knuckles turned white. The force was so great that pain twisted Wu Yanyan's facial features. Do you want to die? Although he was a follower of Buddhism, at this moment, he was enshrouded in a sinister aura, instilling a deep fear from the bones. Too terrifying. Having known Du Grandpa for so long, Wu Yanyan had never realized he had this side to him. Just when Wu Yanyan felt she was about to die, Du Grandpa gradually released his grip. Wu Yanyan watched Du Grandpa's fading back in a daze, gasping for air. After a long while, Wu Yanyan got up from the ground and walked home. Once home, Wu Yanyan hid in her room under the blanket and sobbed her heart out. It wasn't until dinner time that Wu Yanyan came out of her room. Yan Erju was startled to see Wu Yanyan's spiritless appearance. Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? You're so pale. Are you feeling unwell? Wu Yanyan shook her head. Mom, I'm fine, just have a bit of a headache, maybe I caught a cold while wandering the mall this afternoon. Yan Erju followed up, let's go to the hospital and have a look. No need, I'll be fine after eating and getting some sleep. Yan Erju frowned, if you're not feeling well, you must tell us. Okay, Wu Yanyan nodded. After Wu Jinshu returned home, Yan Erju told him about Wu Yanyan feeling unwell. Wu Jinshu worriedly suggested, shall we go check on Yenyun now? A headache is no joke. Okay. The couple approached Wu Yanyun's bedroom door and knocked for a long time, but there was no response from inside. Fearing that Wu Yenyun might be in trouble, they found a key and opened the door. They saw Wu Yenyun lying on the bed, her face abnormally red, lips covered with layers of white film. Yen Erju touched Wu Yanyun's head and exclaimed, "My God! She's burning up. Yenyun is running a fever." Wu Jinshu said, "I'll go and get the bicycle ready, you help Yenyun put on a coat, and let's rush her to the hospital." All right. As the Wu family's house was ideally located close to the hospital, the couple pushed the bike and in about 20 minutes, they had taken Wu Yenyun to the hospital. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1049, Break Up with the Scumbag. 9 more, after the doctor's examination, it turned out to be a viral cold, nothing serious. A couple of 4 saline drips and some medicine would do the trick. Hearing this, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, after drinking, Shangguan Shi and Wu Chenjun returned home. It was already nearing midnight. As if knowing that Shangguan Shi would return late tonight, the gates to the Ni family household were left open. Just as Wu Chenjun's car pulled up to the gate, Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui walked out from inside. Uncle, Auntie, Wu Chenjun helped a completely inebriated Shangguan Shi out of the car. Is Xiaoxi okay? Ni Tsuehua asked worriedly. Wu Chenjun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "She's fine, just had a bit of beer." "I'm sorry, Uncle and Auntie, I didn't keep an eye on her." Shangguan Dehui smiled and said, "It's okay, Yang Yang has already explained the situation to us. Chenjun, thank you for being there for Xiaoxi at this time." At times like this, compared to family, Wu Chenjun, who grew up with Shangguan Shi, was more suited to be by her side. There are things one can't say in front of family, but there are no such taboos with friends. Moreover, from a selfish point of view, Shangguan Dehui was very satisfied with this young man he had watched grow up. Ni Tsuehua helped Shangguan Shi into the house. Shangguan Dehui stayed back to chat with Wu Chenjun for a few moments. The hangover was truly unpleasant. When Shangguan Shi woke up, it was already past 10 the next morning. Thinking back to yesterday, it felt like a dream. When she thought of Zuoling again, Shangguan Shi felt not just a tinge of sadness but, more so, anger. What a scumbag. She hadn't expected him to be such a person. Shangguan Shi freshened up, got dressed, and headed downstairs. "Good morning, Sister Xiaoxi," Ni Yang greeted Shangguan Shi with a smile as she sat at the dining table. "Good morning, Yang Yang." Thinking of yesterday's events, Shangguan Shi felt something was off. "Yang Yang, did you already know about Zuoling? It couldn't have been such a coincidence." Now that she thought about it, there was no reason for Ni Yang to have her buy pear soda out of the blue. And after she and Wu Chenjun left the mall, Ni Yang didn't page her either. Ni Yang didn't deny it and nodded, "Li Tong is my friend." "What?" Shangguan Shi looked at Ni Yang in surprise, unable to react for a moment. What was this situation? Li Tong was actually Ni Yang's friend. Ni Yang recounted the whole story. She had known for a long time that Zuoling was unscrupulous, which is why she had Li Tong test him, never expecting Zuoling to actually fall for it. Hearing this, Shangguan Shi sighed endlessly. She wasn't unreasonable, she knew Ni Yang did this for her own good. She not only did not blame Ni Yang but also wanted to thank her. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she would still be in the dark about Zuoling. "Yang Yang, thank you." Ni Yang smiled and said, "What are sisters for?" "Oh, and Sister Xiaoxi, don't be mad at Li Tong. She did what she did at my request." Shangguan Shi nodded, "Don't worry, Yang Yang, I won't be mad at Li Tong. I need to thank her too." This matter was also greatly helped by Li Tong. Ni Yang continued, Sister Xiaoxi, don't be too upset. A scumbag like Zhuoling really isn't worth your sorrow. There might not be lots of toads with 2 legs in this world, but there are plenty of men with 2 legs. Right, Shang Guanxi nodded again. I understand, I'm not upset. Shang Guanxi wasn't upset about Zhuoling. She was saddened by the lost 3 years of youth. Now, she only regretted not having seen Zhuoling's true colors earlier. Seeing that Shang Guanxi was in good spirits, Ai Yang also let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried about whether Shang Guanxi would get over this hurdle. Now, it seemed that Shang Guanxi was much stronger than she had imagined. By the way, Sister Xiaoxi, when do you plan on breaking up with Zhuoling? Just then, the voice of the nanny filled the air. Xiaoxi, you have a phone call. Since there were elderly people at home and Nai Tsuehua was busy with work, Ai Yang had hired 2 nannies from outside. Who is it? Shang Guanxi turned and asked. It seems to be your boyfriend. The nanny had been working in the Ni family for more than a month and often received calls from Zhuoling. Shang Guanxi walked over and picked up the receiver. Hello? Zhuoling's voice came from the other end. Hello, Xiaoxi, I'm really sorry about yesterday. My mom had another episode so I had to rush to the hospital, but I'm free today. How about we go watch a movie? Zhuoling was very frustrated. Yesterday, he confessed to Li Tong. But to his surprise, Li Tong rejected him. She even said he was a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. But it was clearly Li Tong who seduced him first, that wretched woman. If she weren't the factory manager's niece, he would definitely not spare another glance at Li Tong. To think she was something special. She doesn't even compare to 1/10,000th of Shang Guanxi. Luckily, he hadn't confessed to Shang Guanxi sooner, otherwise, it would have been all for naught. Listening to Zhuoling's voice, a mocking look surfaced in Shang Guanxi's eyes. Did this Zhuoling really think she was still the same naive Shang Guanxi of the past? How ludicrous. Zhuoling, let's break up. What? Zhuoling thought he must be hallucinating. Was Shang Guanxi breaking up with him? Shang Guanxi loved him so much, how could she break up with him? Xiaoxi, stop joking around, this joke isn't funny at all. Shang Guanxi said seriously, I'm not joking, Zhuoling. How could a country girl like me be worthy of you? Upon hearing this, a shock went through Zhuoling. He knew. He was finished. That scene from yesterday must have been seen by Shang Guanxi, otherwise, she wouldn't have said such a thing. Xiaoxi, things are not what you saw, I can explain. It was all Li Tong, that wench. She seduced me first. Beep beep beep, the busy tone came through from the other end of the phone. Ah. Zhuoling smashed the phone in anger. What's wrong? Lingling, what happened? Zhuoling's mother rushed out of the room, looking anxious. Shang Guanxi broke up with me. Upon hearing this, Zhuoling's mother rejoiced. That's good news. After all, you were ready to break up with her. Zhuoling's mother had never liked Shang Guanxi anyway. Zhuoling said furiously, but Li Tong didn't accept me. Li Tong rejected me yesterday. What? Zhuoling's mother exclaimed in surprise. Li Tong actually rejected you? Didn't you say Li Tong liked you? What on earth is going on? Zhuoling's mother was very anxious. She wanted to find Li Tong and ask about the situation personally. After all, Li Tong was a big catch. Without Li Tong, how would her son ever become a great factory manager? After a pause, Zhuoling's mother continued, Lingling, don't worry. Maybe Li Tong is just testing you. She is, after all, the factory manager's niece with many responsibilities. Zhuoling sighed. It's impossible now. There's no chance for me and Li Tong, because Li Tong made it quite clear yesterday. He couldn't possibly demean himself by pursuing Li Tong. So, he had to settle for second best and marry Shang Guanxi. But now, Shang Guanxi had broken up with him too. Zhuoling's mother frowned. Is it really impossible? Did you offend Li Tong in some way? With someone like Li Tong, who's such a pampered rich girl, her temper is quite fiery. Why don't you go and sweet-talk her again? It's no use. Zhuoling flung away his mother's hand. that bitch Li Tong was just playing me from the start. She never liked me. Zhuo Ling had never been played like this his whole life. He felt like a fool. Zhuo Ling's mother was terrified. Lingling, don't get angry, Mom spoke out of turn. It's her loss for not fancying you. When you make it big in the future, she'll regret it. Even though there's no Li Tong, you still have Lai Bao. In terms of family background, Lai Bao is certainly not inferior to Li Tong. In terms of family background, Chen Lai Bao was of course not comparable to Li Tong. But under the current circumstances, Zhuo Ling's mother could only use this to comfort Zhuo Ling. As a mother, she couldn't bear to see Zhuo Ling so heartbroken. Enough. Don't talk anymore. Shut your mouth. Zhuo Ling glared furiously at his mother. He looked petrifying. Zhuo Ling's mother swallowed hard, afraid to upset her son further. Okay, Mom won't talk, Mom won't talk. Ni family. Upon learning about Shang Guanxi breaking up with Zhuo Ling, old lady Shang Guan's spirits lifted considerably. Finally, they had broken up. However, old lady Shang Guan was still somewhat uneasy because Shang Guanxi and Zhuo Ling had had a falling out once before but got back together not long after. Old lady Shang Guan feared Shang Guanxi might pull a fast one on her again. Xiaoxi, you won't get entangled with that Zhuo Ling kid again, will you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1050, Wu Yanyan critically ill, 10th update. What else could I have to do with Zhuo Ling? Unless a donkey kicked me in the head. Shang Guanxi said with a smile, Grandma, rest assured, no more. Really? Really? Shang Guanxi nodded earnestly. I swear, if I'm ever stupid enough to be with trash like Zhuo Ling again, may lightning strike me down. After receiving Shang Guanxi's promise, grandmother Shang Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shang Guansu, watching Shang Guanxi with a smile, said, Xiaoxi, you're finally thinking straight. When I knew you were dead set on marrying Zhuo Ling, it worried me so much I couldn't sleep for several nights. Shang Guanxi raised an eyebrow. Really? You care about me that much? You're being heartless now. When have I ever treated you poorly? All right. Shang Guanxi said with a laugh, Big brother, you're always the best to me. Shang Guansu was then satisfied. Ni Yang raised his glass to Shang Guanxi, Sister Xiaoxi, congrats on escaping the wolf's den and being reborn. Also, hoping you'll find your ideal man soon. Speaking of an ideal man, I actually know one, Shang Guansu said thoughtfully. Who? Ni Yang played along with Shang Guansu smoothly. Shang Guansu looked at Shang Guanxi. Xiaoxi, how about I introduce you to a particularly outstanding young man? No thanks. Shang Guanxi immediately waved him off. I'm really not in the mood to think about these things at the moment. After all, she had just ended a relationship. How could she possibly be ready to accept a new one so quickly? Since Shang Guanxi disagreed, Shang Guansu, as her brother, couldn't force her. After dinner, Shang Guanxi took her prepared belongings and then went to work. The moment she got off the bus, she saw a familiar figure. It was Zhuo's mother. Zhuo's mother was not alone, she stood there with a very plump young woman. Upon seeing Shang Guanxi, Zhuo's mother immediately said, There she is. Lai Bao, that's the shameless woman who tricked Lingling out of his bird's nest and watch. Indeed, the young woman standing beside Zhuo's mother was Chen Lai Bao. Shang Guanxi had already broken up with Zhuo Ling and naturally did not want to deal with Zhuo's mother's attitude. Just as she was about to bypass Zhuo's mother, the woman grabbed Chen Lai Bao's hand and blocked Shang Guanxi's path. Auntie, may I ask what the matter is? Shang Guanxi said as politely as possible. Zhuo's mother did not speak, and Chen Lai Bao, with her chin lifted, stared at Shang Guanxi. You shameless woman, hurry and return the things you gave to brother Zhuo Ling. What? Shang Guanxi was taken aback. Chen Lai Bao, hands on her hips and a ferocious look on her face, you look decent enough, so why always do such shameless things? The bird's nest was for Brother Zhuoling's health, and the watch was a gift for his mother. It's really too shameful to even trick these things away. While being pointed at and scolded, Shangguanxi wanted to get angry, but she dared not. Because Chen Liebao was simply too fat. At least 300 to 400 pounds. How much did Shangguanxi weigh? 98 pounds. Chen Liebao could pick her up with one hand. If it came to a fight, Shangguanxi couldn't win against her, so at times like these, it was better to seek peace rather than conflict. Seeing that Shangguanxi remained silent, Zhuo's mother stepped forward. I'm telling you, Shangguanxi, stop playing dumb. Hurry up and return the bird's nest and watch you tricked from Lingling. Now, Shangguanxi understood a bit more. She took out the box of bird's nests and the watch from her bag. Is this what you're talking about? Since she had broken up with Zhuoling, she wasn't going to keep his things. She had intended to return them to Zhuoling after getting to her unit. Yes, that's it. Chen Liebao snatched the items from Shangguanxi's hands. You're such a shameless woman. To dare trick these away. Shangguanxi was very angry, but she had to suppress the rage inside her. She hadn't dreamed that these items weren't even bought for her by Zhuoling. And she never expected that her family's words would come true. Now I'd like to correct 2 points. First, these items were given to me by Zhuoling. Second, I'm not a swindler. Chen Liebao rolled her eyes. If you weren't a swindler, would these things be in your possession? Just look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think Brother Zhuoling would give you things? Such a shameless person. Shangguanxi ignored Chen Liebao and walked around them, heading towards her unit. If she couldn't provoke them, couldn't she at least avoid them? Yet just as she reached the entrance of her unit, there was Zhuoling, waiting. Shangguanxi simply ignored Zhuoling. Zhuoling hurried to keep up with Shangguanxi's pace. Xiaoxi, listen to my explanation. Things really aren't like that. Please give me another chance. Get lost. Of course, Zhuoling wasn't willing to get lost. He thought to himself, since Shangguanxi loved him so much, as long as he thickened his skin a bit more, she would definitely forgive him. Shangguanxi glanced at Zhuoling. Zhuoling, please keep your distance from me. I'm allergic to scumbags. If you keep this up, watch out, they'll call the police and accuse you of harassment. This is the workplace, don't make it awkward for everyone. After saying that, Shangguanxi turned and left. Zhuoling watched Shangguanxi's retreating figure, opened his mouth to speak but then sighed and headed toward his office area. Just as he walked into the office, he noticed his colleagues were looking at him with odd expressions. Could it be that they all knew about his rejection by Li Tong yesterday? That bitch Li Tong. Just then, the manager came over and patted Zhuoling on the shoulder. Zhuoling, pack up and leave early. Zhuoling was stunned. Leave early? Leave early to go where? What do you mean? Zhuoling looked at the manager puzzled. The manager said, it means that you've been fired. Fired? Zhuoling couldn't believe what he was hearing. I haven't done anything wrong. On what grounds are you firing me? The manager continued, someone reported that you've been having inappropriate relationships. Is that reason enough? The 1980s were not like the future. Going back a couple of years, engaging in inappropriate relationships would not only result in being fired from your job, but serious cases could even lead to imprisonment. Zhuoling, I'm giving you face, and I hope you'll wise up. Take this opportunity to pack up and leave before we put this on your record. Once this was recorded, it would become a lifelong stain for Zhuoling, and no company would hire him from then on. There was no need to guess, it definitely had to be Li Tong's doing. Yet, Zhuoling couldn't even vent his anger. Under someone's roof, one can't help but bow their head. Zhuoling went to his desk, gathered his things, and then left carrying a cardboard box. None of his colleagues, with whom he used to be so close, were there to see him off. Life could be so ridiculous. At lunchtime, Shangguanxi made a point of finding Li Tong and thanking her. Li Tong looked at Shangguanxi in surprise. You're thanking me? She had broken up Shangguanxi and Zhuoling logically. Shangguanxi should have hated her to the core, right? And yet, she was thanking her. Shangguan, she smiled. You let me see Zhuo Ling's true face. Of course, I have to thank you. She wasn't a fool. Li Tong, without any reserve, put her arm around Shangguan Zai's shoulder. Shangguan, you're truly Ni Yang's sister. Such clear thinking. I like it. To be deceived by a scumbag to this extent, Li Tong had thought Shangguan was a blockhead. Unexpectedly, Shangguan was so smart, not foolish at all. Relations between girls are very simple. After chatting for more than half an hour, they established a profound revolutionary friendship, and after work, they even went out to eat dinner together. At the Wu family. Wu Yenyun had been taking cold medicine for 5 days, but rather than getting better, her cold had gotten worse. She had developed a ring of blisters around her mouth, bright red and frightful to behold. Moreover, because of tonsillitis, she couldn't eat anything solid and could only consume liquid foods, causing her to progressively lose weight. Her symptoms were becoming less and less like a common cold, but when she went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctors all said it was just a cold. Xiaoyun, are you still in a lot of pain? Yan Erju looked at Wu Yenyun with reddening eyes. Wu Yenyun shook her head. Not only could she not eat, but she also couldn't speak. It was extremely uncomfortable. But to keep her parents from worrying, she could only say she wasn't in pain. Wu Jinshu hadn't been to the construction site for a day. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this, he was troubled. I heard Yang Yang is good at medicine. Why don't we have Yang Yang come and check on Yenyun? Upon hearing this, Wu Yenyun grabbed Wu Jinshu's wrist tightly, shaking her head vigorously. She didn't want it. Even if she were to die, she wouldn't want Ni Yang's treatment. Wu Jinshu sighed. Yenyun, at a time like this, you shouldn't be stubborn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1051, Solving Difficulties, Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, 11 more updates, don't want. She didn't want Ni Yang's treatment. She just didn't believe that if there wasn't Ni Yang, she wouldn't be able to live. Wu Yanyun's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she abruptly sat up, pulling out the 4 from her right forearm. Although she couldn't speak now, she could prove her determination through her actions to her family. Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were startled. All right. I'll just tell Yang Yang not to come over then. Yenyun, don't be angry. Hearing Wu Jinshu say this, Wu Yenyun finally calmed down and lay back on the bed again, exhaling deeply. She didn't know what was wrong with herself. It was just a viral flu, but it felt worse than someone suffering from tuberculosis. Was she really going to die? No. She wouldn't. It was just a flu. She would get better. Wu Yenyun clenched the bedsheets under her, her eyes filled with determination. Yan Erju went to find the nurse. Wu Jinshu sat in front of the bed, sighing with worry. Ni Yang had arranged to go shopping with Han Xiaoyu today, but after waiting a long time at the agreed place, Xiaoyu hadn't shown up, so she reluctantly drove to the Han family's home. Is Xiaoyu home? Ni Yang knocked on the door. Yang Yang is here. Han Xiaoyu saw Ni Yang and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Yang Yang, something came up at home, and I was so rushed that I forgot we had planned to meet today. Ni Yang smiled and said, it's okay, but is everything okay at your place? Han Xiaoyu sighed, the factory closed down, and my parents are unemployed. Ni Yang was startled, then remembered that with the progression of the era and the increase in private businesses, this period was indeed seeing the first wave of layoffs. It was also a time when many unemployed workers ventured into business, becoming the millionaires and billionaires of later generations. But for many, unemployment made life difficult. The Han family had 3 children, all dependent on their parents working at the factory. Now, with both parents unemployed, it was indeed woeful. I remember your dad was the factory manager, right? Ni Yang said. Yes, Han Xiaoyu nodded. Now all institutions are cutting back on staff, and my parents were out yesterday looking for work but found nothing suitable. It was mainly because Han's parents had high standards, and ordinary jobs outside their interests. A thought flashed through Ni Yang's mind. I actually have 2 suitable jobs for your uncle and aunt. Really? Han Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, then come in and let's talk about it. If my parents hear this, they'll definitely be very happy. Ni Yang followed Han Xiaoyu inside. As there were visitors, Han's father and mother graciously welcomed them out. Yang is here. Hello, uncle and aunt, Ni Yang politely greeted. This was Han's father's first meeting with Ni Yang. Are you Xiaoyu's classmate Ni Yang who topped the exams? Ni Yang nodded. Yes, uncle, that's me. Han's father, who had always heard Xiaoyu talk about Ni Yang, was finally seeing her in person today. After all, she was the top scholar, a status that, in ancient times, would have meant taking up a high official position immediately. Han's father said with a smile, please sit, the home is modest, don't mind it. Han Xiaoyu went to make tea for Ni Yang. Ni Yang continued, uncle, aunt, I heard from Xiaoyu that you've been looking for work recently, is that right? Han's father was initially stunned, then said, yes. Ni Yang said, I have a job here, do you want to give it a try? Han's father's eyes brightened, really? Ni Yang nodded. Han's father then asked, what kind of work do you want to offer us? Do you think the 2 of us can handle it? I heard from Xiaoyu that uncle, you were previously a factory manager, and aunt was in factory finance, right? Yes. Ni Yang smiled and said, then I will hire you as the factory manager and aunt as the finance manager. The factory was almost built, and the workers were mostly recruited, but they still lacked a factory manager and a finance manager. It just so happened that Ni Yang was worried about finding an experienced factory manager, which solved an urgent need for her. It solved not only Ni Yang's urgent need but also the Han family's. It was a win-win situation. Helping oneself can also help others. Upon hearing this, Mr. Han was shocked. Yang, you're not joking with me, are you? Factory manager? Mr. Han had never imagined that one day he would become a factory manager. Could one become the head of a factory that easily? Mr. Han felt that this matter was a bit unreliable. Although Ni Yang was the top scholar in the nation, she was only an 18 or 19-year-old kid. Could she really manage a factory? Ni Yang shook her head with a smile. Why would I joke with you? Mr. Han continued, then where is this factory you are talking about? What does the factory produce? Ni Yang said, to be honest, the factory is my own. Her own factory? Not only Mr. Han was stunned, but so were Han Xiaoyu and Mrs. Han. Was she just boasting? Words alone aren't proof, so let's do this, they'll take you to the factory for a tour. Ni Yang stood up. Considering her age, owning her own factory was indeed incredible. It was normal for Mr. and Mrs. Han to be skeptical. Thus, Ni Yang decided to take them to Jinghua village to clear up their doubts. I'll go get the bicycle, Mr. Han said. Ni Yang smiled, no need to ride a bicycle. I came by car today. Driving? Han Xiaoyu grabbed Ni Yang's arm. Oh my god, Yang, you drove here? Is it one of those 4-wheel sedans? Ni Yang nodded, yes. Han Xiaoyu swallowed hard. Han Xiaoyu had always known that Ni Yang came from a well-off family, but she had no idea it was to this extent. A sedan. Ordinary families found it hard to even buy a bicycle, yet Ni Yang already had a sedan. Mr. and Mrs. Han exchanged glances, also seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Could the child be playing a trick on them? Only when they all followed Ni Yang out, and sat in the ordinary-looking but luxurious sedan, did they believe that Ni Yang was not lying. Han Xiaoyu, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed with excitement, Yang. You're so amazing. You can even drive a car. Oh my goodness. Don't laugh, but this is my first time in a sedan. Before long, the car entered Jinghua village. Han Xiaoyu asked, Yang Yang, does your family live here? Yes, this is Jinghua village. Han Xiaoyu said in amazement, your village is so nice. They even installed street lights. It's like the city, not like a village at all. Mr. and Mrs. Han nodded in agreement. Who would believe this was a rural area if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? It wasn't long before they arrived at the factory. The factory had already been under construction for 2 months. The framework had already emerged because it covered a large area, making it look very imposing. There were about 10 more days to the New Year holiday, so the workers were working extra hard these days. Yang treated them so well, they couldn't let the New Year delay the construction schedule. Seeing Yang coming, everyone greeted her enthusiastically. It was evident from everyone's attitude that Yang was very popular. Uncle and Auntie, this side is the production workshop, this side is the dormitory for the workers, this side is the canteen, and over here is the shower room. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Mr. and Mrs. Han no longer had any doubts. Yang then discussed her plans with Mr. and Mrs. Han. After all, Mr. Han had been a factory manager for over a decade and offered several valuable suggestions to Yang. Meanwhile, the look in Mr. Han's eyes toward Yang changed. Although Yang was only a teenager, her knowledge and experience were far beyond that of her peers, even beyond what he could match. This was truly impressive. After they toured the factory, Yang took Mr. and Mrs. Han to the family home. Han Xiaoyu said, Yang, this is your house? Yang nodded. Your home is really beautiful. There was heating in the living room on the first floor. Yang took off her coat as they entered. Uncle and Auntie, Xiaoyu, please have a seat. The nanny immediately went to make tea. Han Xiaoyu looked around the family's living room, her eyes full of astonishment. She finally understood how Granny Lu felt when she entered the Grandview garden. Yang continued, Uncle and Auntie, the factory is expected to start operations after the 2nd month of the new year. Regarding the salaries, the factory manager will get 280 yuan per month, and the financial manager will get 98 yuan. Such high salaries. Mr. Han was taken aback. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1052, Met a Benefactor, 12 more updates. You should know that before this, Han's father's salary was only 128 yuan a month. Yang's salary was nearly more than double the previous amount. Yang said with a smile, this is just the starting salary. After half a year, it will increase by 100 yuan, and another 100 yuan after a full year. After 15 years, there will even be a car reward. Yang never skimped when it came to treating employees. Moreover, the greater the employee turnover, the greater the damage to a company. A truly good company has a very low resignation rate, practically none at all. Upon hearing this, Han's father's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true or false? Yang nodded. If you and Auntie think it's suitable, let's find a time to sign the contract. Suitable. Of course, it's suitable. With such good treatment, only a fool would disagree. At Yang's warm invitation, Han's father and mother stayed in the family house for dinner that evening. After dinner, Yang drove them home. That very night, Yang drafted the contract, and the next day he went to the Han family's home to have the contract signed. After Yang left, Han's father looked at Han Xiaoyu with a loving face. Xiaoyu, you've really met your benefactor this time. Yang was so impressive that Han Xiaoyu also felt honored. That's right, I've told you before, Yang is very amazing. Han's mother stood up and said, Yang has been gracious to our family. Our family must not forget this kindness in the future. Your mother is right, agreed Han's father with a nod. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, don't worry, Mom and Dad, even if I forget someone, I won't forget Yang. Meanwhile, Wu Yanyan's condition was getting more severe, and she had fallen into a coma, which led the doctor to suggest a transfer to another hospital. Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju were very anxious, and they transferred Wu Yenyun to the city hospital overnight. The conclusion from the city hospital was also that it was a cold. With reddened eyes, Yan Erju said, "How could it be a cold? If it were really just a cold, it wouldn't be this serious." As she spoke, Yan Erju turned to look at Wu Jinshu and continued, "Why don't you go to Yangyang anyway?" Wu Jinshu frowned, but Yenyun, if Wu Yenyun found out, who knew how she might react? Yan Erju said, "We're losing her life here. Why care about all that now? All right. I'll go." Wu Jinshu went to the Ni family's house overnight. The snow was flying outside. When Ni Yang opened the door, Wu Jinshu was covered with a layer of snow, including his eyebrows, which were all white. Ni Yang almost didn't recognize him. "Yang. Godfather? Why have you come? Please, come in quickly." Wu Jinshu followed Ni Yang inside. Once inside, Ni Yang poured a cup of hot milk tea for Wu Jinshu. "Godfather, have some hot drink first to warm up your body." Wu Jinshu rubbed his frozen hands and immediately took the milk tea, drinking it in one gulp. "Godfather, it's so late. You must have come to see me for something urgent?" Ni Yang said. Wu Jinshu nodded. "It's about Yenyun, she's fallen ill. Yang, you must save her." Ni Yang was taken aback. "Godfather, don't panic, take it slow and tell me." On the other side, Ni Tsuehua and Shengguan Dehui, hearing the noise, also came down from upstairs. After hearing the whole story, Ni Tsuehua was very nervous. "How is Yenyun now?" "She's okay, right?" No matter what, that was her daughter, she couldn't remain unmoved. Furthermore, Ni Tsuehua still felt guilty inside. Wu Jinshu sighed, "The situation is very bad now, otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for Yang. Ni Yang put down the cup and looked up at Wu Jinshu. "Godfather, the reason you didn't come before was because Yenyun wouldn't let you, right?" It could be heard from Wu Jinshu's words that Wu Yenyun's illness had been dragging on for a long time. If Wu Yenyun hadn't stopped him, Wu Jinshu and Yan Erju would not have waited until Wu Yenyun had already fallen into a coma before coming to find her. Thus, Ni Yang could guess that previously, Wu Yenyun had stopped Wu Jinshu from coming over. Wu Jinshu was silent. Because Ni Yang had hit the nail on the head about the true circumstances. On the other hand, who would want to get involved in such a thankless task? If Ni Yang saved Wu Yenyun and she recovered, what would happen if rather than being grateful, she blamed Ni Yang for meddling in her affairs? Wu Jinshu sighed softly. Now, even if Ni Yang truly ignored Wu Yenyun, he had no right to blame him. Forget it. They would think of other methods. Ni Tsuehua was also stunned, having been preoccupied with worrying about Wu Yenyun. She had overlooked this point. Ni Yang then said, "Saving a life is urgent, Godfather, let's go." Wu Jinshu was startled. He hadn't expected Ni Yang to come up with such a statement suddenly. He had even been prepared for Ni Yang to refuse. Unexpectedly, Ni Yang had agreed at this moment. Ni Yang said with a smile, "I am a doctor. In the face of life and death, I cannot remain indifferent. It also goes against my teacher's admonitions. Besides, our Ni family owes Yenyun a life. This time, it's as if I am returning what our Ni family owes her. A life for a life. It was fair. In doing so, it would also make Ni Tsuehua feel better, so she wouldn't always feel as though she owed Wu Yenyun something. Once there was a sense of debt in one's heart, it would become a burden, and Ni Yang didn't want Ni Tsuehua to feel burdened. Wu Jinshu's eyes reddened. Yang, thank you." Ni Yang put on his coat, donned his scarf. "Let's go." "I'll go with you," said Ni Tsuehua. "I'm coming too," said Shengguan Dehui. When several people arrived at the hospital and saw Wu Yenyun's condition, Ni Yang was also taken aback. Because Wu Yenyun's situation was quite serious. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be difficult to associate her with the lively Wu Yenyun of before. Ni Quihua's eyes immediately reddened, and she leaned on Shangguan Dihui's shoulder, gently sobbing. It's okay, Dia, Yenyun will definitely be fine, Shangguan Dihui consoled her. Ni Yang sat down to take Wu Yanyun's pulse. After a long while, she finally released Wu Yanyun's wrist. Ni Tsuhua hurriedly asked, how is she, Yang Yang? Ni Yang said, don't worry, it's not a big problem. That's good, Ni Tsuhua breathed a sigh of relief. Then what's wrong with Xiaoyun? Yen Erju asked. Ni Yang said, it's a viral cold caused by an allergic reaction. I'll give her some acupuncture first, and then after taking 2 doses of traditional Chinese medicine, she should be fine. Is it really just a cold? Wu Jinshu was somewhat surprised because the hospital treatment had not been effective, and they had thought it was not a cold. Ni Yang nodded, it's a cold, but it's quite different from a regular cold. It's a sequelae of external allergies, so common cold medicines are not only ineffective but can also aggravate the condition. If it were any later, the problem would have been rather tricky. Ni Yang wasn't exaggerating. If it had been delayed another day or two, and the virus had invaded the heart and lungs, Wu Yenyun would have been beyond saving. It was also her fate not to die yet. Yen Erju wiped her tears and said, this child is so stubborn. Your godfather has been saying we should have you come take a look, but she just wouldn't agree. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on this long. Godmother, don't worry. I'm going to give Yenyun acupuncture right now. After the acupuncture, she can be discharged. I'm going to talk to Yenyun's chief doctor to see if he can arrange a sterile room for us. After all, this was in a hospital. If acupuncture were done recklessly in the ward, there could be a risk of infection. Wu Yanyun's chief doctor was an old doctor in his 50s. After hearing what Ni Yang had to say, he immediately arranged a sterile room for her. Finally, he asked, young lady, is your name Ni Yang? Ni Yang nodded, yes. So you're the divine doctor who cured Mr. Abner's mother's stubborn illness? Wow. I've finally met the real person today. The doctor excitedly shook Ni Yang's hand. Mr. Abner's mother's illness had seen countless big hospitals, but no doctor was sure they could cure her. However, not long ago, Mr. Abner's mother unexpectedly recovered fully. This could be described as a medical miracle. And the person who cured her was just a girl in her teens named Ni Yang. From then on, Ni Yang was called the Divine Doctor by scholars in the medical field and became a legend in the field. Before Ni Yang could say anything, the old doctor continued, right, Divine Doctor, when you do the acupuncture later, can I let our hospital's doctors observe and learn from the side? Ancient medicine is a legend of China. If it could be integrated with Western medicine, it would surely benefit mankind. A doctor's heart is benevolent. Ni Yang was never a stingy person, of course, no problem. The old doctor didn't expect Ni Yang to agree so readily and said stunned, then thank you, Divine Doctor. I'll go tell everyone now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1053, Completely Give Up, 13th Update. Although Ni Yang was performing acupuncture on Wu Yenyun with many doctors standing by, she was not nervous at all. She remained as composed as ever. Her movements in inserting the needles were smooth and flowing, and from a distance, there was even a hint of an artistic martial flair. The doctors watching were dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that a teenager could be so skilled? After more than 2 hours of acupuncture, Wu Yanyun's condition gradually improved, and her originally pale face started to turn rosy, with the blisters on the corner of her mouth also shrinking. While they hadn't completely disappeared, they were at least not as disturbing as in the beginning. Ancient medicine is truly miraculous. Our ancestors' legacy is indeed marvelous, isn't it? After the acupuncture session, Wu Yenyun was taken out, and Ni Yang was surrounded by a group in the middle, answering various medical questions. Although she was younger than everyone present, her aura was not the least bit diminished. With confident eyes and sophisticated speech, she provided the most professional answers to the most complicated problems, earning everyone's genuine admiration. Ni Yang's tone was neither fast nor slow, perfect for the doctors to take notes. One of the female doctors felt more and more familiar with Ni Yang as she watched. "Little divine doctor, you're the national top scholar of this year, aren't you?" Ni Yang had appeared on television 3 times this year, so anyone who had seen the news would have some impression of her. Ni Yang nodded with a smile, "Yes." The female doctor covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my. Oh my. I knew you looked familiar. So you are the national top scholar Ni Yang, right? My child adores you. Could you give me an autograph?" "Of course." The female doctor was thrilled to death, passing her notebook to Ni Yang. "Little divine doctor, please sign here. My child is taking the college entrance exam next year. Ever since he saw your news, he's been so much more diligent in studying, and even says he wants to be the top scholar too." As Ni Yang took the notebook, she asked, "What's your child's name?" "Shen Haoran," Haoran as in the great poet Meng Haoran. Ni Yang nodded and wrote on the notebook, "Through a decade of toiling over books under a cold window, all in hope of being honored on the list of success, wishing student Wang Haoran leaps through the dragon gate like a carp." December 20th, 1985. Signed, Ni Yang. The characters Ni Yang wrote were powerful yet unrestrained, impressively beautiful. The female doctor received the notebook with both hands. "Thank you, little divine doctor. Our child will be so happy to see this." "You're welcome," Ni Yang said with a slight smile. When she returned to the ward, Ni Yang was surprised to see Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui standing outside, and asked, "Mom and Dad, why are you standing outside?" It was winter, and the corridor was so cold. Ni Tsuehua sighed, looking somewhat upset. "Well, Yan Yun has woken up. Has she started making a fuss again?" Ni Yang spoke in an indifferent tone, her rhetorical question sounding more like a statement. Ni Tsuehua nodded. Not only had Wu Yenyun made a fuss, but the words she uttered were particularly nasty. Very hurtful. Ni Tsuehua couldn't bear to hear them, and she thought that if Ni Yang heard them, she probably couldn't bear them either. Ni Yang's eyes remained indifferent. "Let her fuss. What's out of sight is out of mind. After all, we don't owe her anything anymore." Ni Yang had long been disappointed in this sister. Wu Yanyun's reaction after waking up was also within her expectations, so she was not surprised at all. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Yang is right, Dia, we don't owe Yenyun anything anymore, and you don't have to feel guilty either. Whether as her mother or as Ni Yang being her sister, you both have done very well. You don't owe her anything. There's no need to always indulge her." In Shangguan Dehui's view, Wu Yenyun truly lacked any sense of gratitude. If she had even a shred of gratitude, she wouldn't have treated Ni Tsuehua like this today. By now, Ni Tsuehua had also come to a realization. From now on, she would act as if she had never given birth to this daughter. Just then, Wu Jinshu came out of the ward, his face filled with shame as he said, Yang, Dad Yang, Mom Yang, I'm so sorry. It's our fault for not raising our child properly." Even though Wu Jinshu had been mentally prepared, he still didn't expect Wu Yanyun's reaction to be so extreme. She was not only ungrateful but turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Aside from apologizing, Wu Jinshu could think of no other solution. Sigh. Just then, a vase was thrown from inside and smashed against the door. Crash, it shattered to pieces. Without a doubt, it was Wu Yenyun who had thrown the vase, and the situation inside the ward must have been very bad. Wu Jinshu's brow twitched, and his feelings of guilt intensified. Ni Yang shook her head and handed Wu Jinshu a piece of paper. "Godfather, this is the prescription. I've written down the specific dosages and how to brew it. Just follow the instructions, and if you have any problems, you can contact me." She now had no relationship with Wu Yenyun, so whatever Wu Yenyun did, she wouldn't be upset. Sister or not, she wasn't worth it. Wu Jinshu said, Yang, thank you. I will talk to Yenyun and persuade her well. Ni Yang smiled and said, "No need to persuade her anymore. You and godmother raised Yen Yun to adulthood, and both my mom and I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, Yen Yun and I are not fated to be sisters, and she is not fated to be my mother's daughter either. From now on, they'll just act as if I don't have this sister." This was probably the first time Ni Yang had spoken so harshly in front of Wu Jinshu. After a pause, Ni Yang continued, "But rest assured, I still hold firm to what I said before, you and godmother will always be my godparents. After all, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju saved Wu Yenyun, and that made them benefactors of the Ni family. Wu Yenyun could choose not to acknowledge that. But the people who saved Wu Yenyun could not go unrecognized. No matter what, one shouldn't live without a conscience." Wu Jinshu's eyes reddened, suddenly at a loss for words. Ni Yang was too sensible to the point where it made him feel guilty. If only Wu Yenyun could be a little sensible too, then he wouldn't be in such a difficult position. Actually, Wu Yenyun used to be very obedient and well-behaved. He didn't know when she had changed into what she was now. Ni Yang went on, "Yenyun has just woken up, so it's not good for her to get too agitated. You should go in and calm her down. Nothing is more important than her life. We will be heading back." Wu Jinshu insisted on escorting Ni Yang and her company out of the hospital. After getting into the car, Ni Yang asked, "Mom, now that Yen Yun is no longer connected to our family, can you really let go of her?" Ni Tsuhua looked out the window with a relieved smile. "Just like you said, there's no mother-daughter fate between us. A melon forced is not sweet, let it go, I've come to terms with it." Now that her heart was unburdened, Ni Tsuhua didn't owe Wu Yenyun anything anymore. "It eases my mind to hear you say that." As time went by, the year end was rapidly approaching. Today was the 28th of the 12th lunar month, and the day after tomorrow would be Chinese New Year's Eve. Since the new year was just around the corner, Ni Yang had closed all of the pure jade skin stores and gave all the employees a 10-day holiday. In addition, she gave them a lot of New Year's gifts. Even though pure jade skin could earn a lot in a single day, she knew money was never ending. To Chinese people, celebrating the new year is of utmost importance, and she didn't want the employees to think of her as an inhumane boss. Besides, there's no end to earning money, it doesn't matter if she earns a bit more or less. Additionally, the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant also ceased operation for 10 days. They would resume work on the 8th day of the new lunar year. During these days, Wu Yanyun's health also improved day by day. Yen Erju smiled and said, "Yenyun, you owe a lot to Yang Yang. Without her, you might still be lying in that hospital bed." At the mention of Ni Yang, the smile on Wu Yanyun's face suddenly faded. "If she hadn't meddled, maybe I would have recovered a long time ago." "Yenyun. Did I say something wrong?" Wu Yenyun turned to look at Yen Erju. "Mom, don't forget, Ni Yang is just a doctor. Maybe all of this was a scheme she cooked up with the doctor. She wants me to be grateful to her. She wants me to forgive her." But Ni Yang nearly cost her her life. Why should she forgive Ni Yang? She would never forgive Ni Yang. Yen Erju continued, "Yenyun, you have too many misunderstandings about Yang Yang. She's not that kind of person, and she would never do such a thing. It was her who did this." Wu Yenyun continued, "Firstly, she wanted to kill me because she was jealous of me. She was afraid I would compete with her for the inheritance. Secondly, she wanted to use this incident to make me forgive her. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1054, She's Just Like a Joke, Chapter 14. But Ni Yang never considered if she would care about the Ni family's businesses. Did Ni Yang really think they were the same kind of person? What a joke. Wu Yenyun now hated Ni Yang so much. Hated her to the bone. Because of Ni Yang's presence, she stole all the attention from those around her. Even the gentle and elegant Mr. Du was deceived by Ni Yang, What gave Yang the right? In what way was she inferior to Yang? Why did everyone stand on Yang's side? Was this really fair to her? Yen Erju sighed helplessly. Forget it, I won't talk to you about it anymore, and you shouldn't be angry. Anyway, Yang and her mother have already decided to cut ties with you. Even if you regret it now and come to your senses, it's too late. Wu Yenyun said, I am the one who cut ties with them, not the other way around. They don't have the right to cut ties with me. Erju didn't continue the conversation. The room was just too stuffy. Wu Yenyun took a deep breath. Mom, I'm going out for a walk. Erju nodded her head. The snow had just fallen, and the air outside was refreshing. Wu Yenyun, looking at the pure white surroundings, felt her eyes slowly start to moisten. She felt like a joke. Her adoptive parents didn't understand her. Any sorrow in her heart had to be suppressed by herself. Maybe this was the difference between biological and non-biological. After standing outside for a long time, Wu Yenyun finally calmed down and headed back inside. A little while later, Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong, having finished their snowball fight, came back in, and the atmosphere in the Wu family warmed up a bit. Wu Yenyun watched Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong, suddenly envious of these two younger brothers. If she had been born to Yen Erju, it definitely wouldn't be like it was today. The new year was fast approaching, so today Yang and Mo Chishan went together to the Mo family to visit the two elders. Knowing that Yang was coming, Old Master Mo and Old Madam Mo had prepared a pile of fruit and a table full of dishes early on. As soon as Yang and Mo Chishan entered the Mo family's gate, Mo Hudi dashed over from the side. Sister Yang. Bang! Because of the sudden impact, Yang staggered, nearly falling backward, but fortunately, a hand swiftly supported her waist, its slender fingers giving a gentle pinch there. It felt tingling, like a mild electric shock. Yang glanced back with a slight frown at Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan pursed his lips in a slight smile. Let's go inside. Xiao Dai, you have to be careful next time. You almost knocked your future little auntie over just now. Mo Hudi tilted her head and laughed. Thankfully, little uncle was there to heroically save the beauty. Little girl. Mo Chishan reached out and tapped Mo Hudi's head. Yang said, Xiao Dai seems to have grown quite a bit taller again. Mo Hudi nodded vigorously. Right, Sister Yang. I'm now 1.50 meters. I grew more than 10 centimeters in the second half of the year. The heating in the Mo family's house was very warm, and as soon as Yang entered, she took off her coat, which Mo Chishan smoothly took from her, draping it over his arm. Yang is here. Hearing the noise, Old Master Mo and Old Madam Mo came out from inside the house. Uncle, Auntie, Yang greeted politely. You've lost weight, you're thinner again, Old Madam Mo said, holding Yang's hand. Is it because you've been under too much stress lately? Yang shook her head with a smile. No, maybe I just naturally don't gain weight. Another reason was dietary therapy. Having stuck with it for so long, how could there not be any effect at all? But in the eyes of the older generation, being able to eat well is a blessing, and being chubby is even more so. Therefore, Yang didn't mention the dietary therapy. Old Madam Mo said, you look so skinny, those legs, and your waist, Chishan could break it with just one hand. Yang, you need to eat more. Only by eating more can you put on weight. Mo Chishan's gaze was indifferent. Although Yang looked thin, her figure was very well proportioned. Where she should be slim, there wasn't an ounce of excess fat, and where she shouldn't be slim, she wasn't the slightest bit underweight. Thinking this, a deep color pooled in the depth of Mo Chishan's eyes, and he quickly averted his gaze, suppressing the jumble of thoughts at the back of his mind, picked up a cup from the table, and downed the cold water inside in one go. During dinner, Grandma Mo kept piling meat into Yang's bowl. Yang, unable to refuse the kindness, would pass the uneaten portions into Mo Chishan's bowl. Whether she had touched them or not, all of it ended up in Mo Chishan's bowl. Mo Chishan wasn't picky and accepted everything wholeheartedly. Most importantly, he seemed to really enjoy it. Seeing the affection between the young couple, both Grandpa Mo and Grandma Mo felt relieved. After the meal, Ni Yang and Grandma Mo chatted, while Grandpa Mo pulled Mo Chishan aside. "Dad, did you want to see me about something?" Without saying another word, Grandpa Zheng took out 2 cards from his pocket and stuffed them into Mo Chishan's pocket. "Take these." "What are you doing?" Mo Chishan was taken aback. "I'm giving you money." Grandpa Zheng looked at Mo Chishan as if he were looking at a fool. Mo Chishan helplessly handed back the cards to Grandpa Zheng. "Dad, I'm not short on money right now." "Nonsense." Grandpa Zheng's face hardened. Nowadays, young people need money for dining out, dating, attending concerts, watching movies. Doesn't each of these require money? I remember it's been a long time since your mother and I have given you money, right? You rascal, why act with pretension with your own parents? Just say if you are short on cash. You can't expect Yang Yang to support you. At this, Grandpa Mo landed a kick on Mo Kishan's foot. "Dad!" Mo Chishan exclaimed, "Are you serious? I am your own son." Grandpa Mo said proudly, "If you weren't my own son, you wouldn't enjoy this kind of special treatment." Mo Chishan, Grandpa Mo went on, "If you're running low on cash, just let me know. Don't even think about saving money when dating. Our family is wealthy, and you don't need to save. Take the money." "I really don't need money." Grandpa Mo glared at Mo Chishan, gruffly saying, "If you say you don't need money one more time, it'll break your legs." Mo Chishan, fine, he would just keep his mouth shut. The father and son were talking at the stairwell turn, and just at that moment, Xiao Yingying happened to be coming downstairs and saw everything. A sneer curled the corner of Xiao Yingying's mouth. This Mo Chishan was really too pathetic. How old was he, still taking money from his family? Mud is mud, it could never be put on the wall. Xiao Yingying shook her head, shedding the sneer from her face, and walked past the 2 men. Seeing Xiao Yingying, Mo Chishan frowned slightly. "Why hasn't she left yet?" Grandpa Mo said indifferently, "It seems like Baichuan's aunt and uncle went abroad for a vacation, so she hasn't left yet. In the end, one more person is just another pair of chopsticks. Don't bother about her." Mo Chishan kept an impassive face and said no more. Xiao Yingying went straight to the living room and saw Ni Yang there. The mocking look in her eyes, which had faded, now re-emerged. She used to be so jealous of Ni Yang, but she wasn't the least bit jealous anymore. So what if Ni Yang was pretty? Being beautiful didn't change the fact that she was marrying a loser like Mo Chishan. Xiao Yingying didn't even want to greet them and left the Mo family's living room, just in time to run into Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong at the entrance. "Cousin." "Yingying, where are you going?" asked Mo Baichuan. "I'm going to the department store to buy some stuff," said Xiao Yingying, and as if she had just remembered something, she pulled Mo Baichuan aside, lowering her voice arrogantly. "Cousin, let me ask you something." "Go ahead." Xiao Yingying continued, "Chinese New Year is around the corner. Will Mr. Mog come here to celebrate?" Mo Baichuan sighed. "Yingying, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't know Mr. Mog. I really don't." Why did everyone think he knew Mr. Mog? Xiao Yingying said disbelievingly, "Cousin, stop lying to me. I'm your cousin." No matter if you beat Xiao Yingying to death, she wouldn't believe that Mo Baichuan didn't know Mr. Mog. If Mo Baichuan didn't know Mr. Mog, then Mr. Mog wouldn't have brought a gift to Grandma Mo's birthday banquet. Did they think she was a fool? Xiao Yingying went on, "Cousin, just tell me. I swear I'll keep it secret. I won't tell anyone." Knowing when Mr. Mog would come over, she could also dress up and prepare. "Yingying," Mo Baichuan said with a frown, "stop messing around." Xiao Yingying pouted, "Don't tell me then. It's not a big deal. If not, she would just dress up beautifully every day after the new year. That way, Mr. Mog would see the most perfect her." A faint smile crossed Zhao Jingrong's lips, her eyes filled with smugness. Perhaps Xiao Yingying could never dream that Mo Baichuan was Mr. Mog. She looked forward to seeing Xiao Yingying's reaction when she found out the truth. By then, the scene would certainly be very exciting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1055, Boss Tricks Yang Yang, 15 Updates. Zhao Jingrong became increasingly smug and walked up to Mo Baichuan, whispering softly, "Baichuan, let's go inside." Mo Baichuan nodded and followed Zhao Jingrong inside. Hiss. Just then, a sharp pain shot through Zhao Jingrong's hand. Why was he suddenly using so much strength? Zhao Jingrong turned to look at Mo Baichuan, only to see his gaze fixed on the sofa in the living room. There were two people sitting on the sofa. It was Ni Yang and Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan was peeling an orange for Ni Yang, who was eating it and talking to Mo Qishan, a faint smile spilling over her lips, her eyes clear and bright, dimples shallow, a beauty almost like jade. How beautiful was Ni Yang? Beautiful enough to make Zhao Jingrong, a self-important heiress, feel utterly astounded. Every encounter with her was dazzling. Ni Yang was so beautiful, and she was interested in Mo Qishan, that loser? Could it be that her intentions were not on the surface? Zhao Jingrong narrowed her eyes slightly, subtly withdrawing her gaze from Ni Yang and turning towards Mo Baichuan. She now had an intuition that Ni Yang had come for Mo Baichuan. Yes. It must be so. How could she do this? Ni Yang was shameless. Mo Baichuan was her boyfriend. She wouldn't allow anyone to steal him away. Zhao Jingrong tightened her grip on Mo Baichuan's hand, determined to keep a close watch on him from now on. Uncle Six, Mo Baichuan greeted Mo Qishan respectfully as he walked over. Uncle Six, Miss Ni, Zhao Jingrong also greeted, following behind. Mo Qishan lifted his eyelids slightly, Ni Yang nodded politely at Zhao Jingrong. Although there were some grievances between her and Zhao Jingrong, she was, after all, an elder, and elders naturally behave generously. Why bother with a junior? Zhao Jingrong smiled and said, Miss Ni hasn't come with Uncle Six for a while, right? Yes, Ni Yang nodded slightly. Your Uncle Six has been busy lately. He only just found time at the end of the year. Busy? Busy with what? Busy turning into a loser? Those words, only Ni Yang could utter them without biting her tongue. Zhao Jingrong almost laughed out loud, the mocking expression in her eyes growing more apparent. Seems Uncle Six is indeed a very busy man, Zhao Jingrong said. Ni Yang was non-committal, as if she hadn't understood the implication in Zhao Jingrong's words. Zhao Jingrong continued, I wonder what Miss Ni has been busy with recently? Just casually keeping busy, said Ni Yang in a light tone. Zhao Jingrong smiled and said, they say birds of a feather flock together. Uncle Six is a busy man, and so is Miss Ni. But who stays busy just casually? Miss Ni must be busy with some great enterprise, right? The sentence was laden with heavy irony. Other than being beautiful, what other merits did Ni Yang possess? Though she was the Zheng family's long-lost daughter, she was born a peasant, a true country bumpkin. How many notable ladies did she know in this circle? Compared with her, Ni Yang couldn't even match a single strand of her hair. Zhao Jingrong intended to make Ni Yang lose all face in front of Mo Baichuan thoroughly, to trample Ni Yang underfoot completely. Only thus could she ensure that Mo Baichuan wouldn't be seduced away by Ni Yang. Otherwise, Zhao Jingrong always felt uneasy. Ni Yang smiled faintly, lowering her eyes towards Zhao Jingrong, her dimples shallow. Jingrong, let's go eat fish sometime, you seem quite good at picking bones. Eat fish? Ni Yang wanted to go with her to eat fish? Zhao Jingrong was initially stunned, then realized what Ni Yang meant. Her face turned alternating shades of red and white, quite unsightly. Ni Yang, this vixen. She dared to mock her. Although Zhao Jingrong was furious inside, she still maintained a smile on her face. Miss Ni really has a sense of humor. Ni Yang's eyes and brows were clear and sharp. Jingrong, you're too modest. Jingrong is young and tends to speak out of turn, not a match for Auntie Six. If she has been offensive, I hope Auntie Six will show some mercy, Mo Baichuan intervened, trying to defuse the situation for Zhao Jingrong. Why was Ni Yang targeting Zhao Jingrong? It was just because Zhao Jingrong was his girlfriend. Ni Yang was jealous of Zhao Jingrong. Mo Baichuan knew Ni Yang too well, everything she did was for him. Including Ni Yang's visit to the Mo family today, it was because of him. Ni Yang must have known that he would bring Zhao Jingrong home today, so she came back with Mo Qishan. However, Ni Yang was still stubborn, not admitting she liked him. He really didn't know what she meant by playing hard to get. Ni Yang knew Mo Baichuan's character well. She knew he must have fantasized about something again. She was really having a tough time. Ni Yang rubbed her forehead, feeling somewhat headache. Mo Qishan spoke lightly, nephew, if we are talking about age, Yang is even 5 years younger than your girlfriend. As a junior, she should act like one, being young is no excuse for incompetence. That's true, Mo Baichuan swallowed his words. After his uncle spoke, Mo Baichuan continued, by the way, Uncle Six, Jingrong and I are planning to get engaged after the new year, he said, sneaking a glance at Ni Yang. Ni Yang looked indifferent, as if there were no particular emotions on her face. But Mo Baichuan knew Ni Yang hid all her feelings inside. Hearing this, Ni Yang must have felt extremely uncomfortable. Mo Qishan paused. At the beginning of the year, I heard you two were planning to get engaged. Why hasn't it been settled yet? These words made Zhao Jingrong feel uneasy too. Because at the beginning of the year, Mo Baichuan did mention it, but then he got busy with work and never brought it up again. Eventually, the matter was left unresolved. Now, Mo Baichuan brought it up again. Could it be that he was serious this time? Mo Baichuan smiled. Uncle Six has a good memory. I did mention it at the beginning of the year, but work got busy, and it was put off. Now that I have time after the new year, we plan to finalize everything during that time. Zhao Jingrong's expression brightened. Great. She finally saw the light after the long wait. Then let me congratulate you in advance, Mo Qishan said indifferently. Thank you, Uncle Six. Feeling a bit suffocated by the atmosphere downstairs and Mo Baichuan's odd looks, Ni Yang turned to Mo Qishan. Brother Mo, shall we go up to the sky garden for a walk? Sure, Mo Qishan nodded. Mo Baichuan watched Ni Yang's retreating figure, his eyes full of mockery. Was she unable to handle just an engagement announcement? What would happen on the day he and Zhao Jingrong got married? Yes, Ni Yang would definitely reveal her true colors then. He was looking forward to that day. On the top floor of the Mo family house, there was a transparent glass house filled with many flowers and plants. Despite it being winter, the glass house was blooming with flowers. Seeing the beautiful plants, Ni Yang's mood instantly improved. After walking out of the sky garden, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan played games in a room on the 3rd floor. Because Ni Yang really didn't want to see that narcissistic Mo Baichuan. And with Zhao Jingrong speaking sarcastically, and the new year approaching, Ni Yang didn't want to let insignificant people affect her mood. Mo Qishan held a game controller in one hand and picked up a cigarette with the other. Click, the lighter sparked, filling the air with a faint smell of smoke. Yang, do you want one? Mo Qishan smiled at Ni Yang. No, Ni Yang spoke indifferently, smoking is bad for health, don't you know? Mo Qishan took a deep drag on his cigarette, then blew a beautiful smoke ring. Really don't want one? No, Ni Yang shook her head. Mo Qishan slightly raised his eyebrows. Before Ni Yang realized it, she was pressed down on the couch, a large shadow looming over her, his thin lips against hers, cool and tingling. He transferred all the smoke from his mouth into hers. The dense smoke hit her, and Ni Yang's eyes widened. He was too wicked. Using this trick. It was a long while before Mo Qishan let go of her, his tone low. Tasty? Getting skillful? Ni Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. It's all thanks to the boss training. Mo Kishin's thin lips parted lightly. Your face is truly thick. Ni Young reached out and pinched Mo Kishin's cheek. Mo Kishin wrapped his arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. Yang, how come I just like you so much? Ni Young smiled, men's mouths, deceiving devils. You like me now, but when I am old and faded, perhaps you won't like me anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1056, Grasshoppers After Autumn Are Not to Be Feared. Chapter 16 Update. Mo Kishin looked at Ni Young and said seriously, I won't. No matter when, I will never change my heart, unless you reject me first. Really? Ni Young slightly raised her eyebrows. Absolutely sincere, heaven and earth can witness. Ni Young then said, I'm thirsty now, can you go downstairs and bring up my teacup? Right away. Mo Kishin immediately rose from the sofa and headed downstairs. Ni Young had originally planned to return home in the afternoon, but after spending time with Mo Kishin, it suddenly became evening, so she ended up staying at the Mo family for dinner. Zhao Jingrong didn't go back either. Although old Madame Mo and old Master Mo did not like Zhao Jingrong, she was now Mo Baichuan's girlfriend, and since Mo Baichuan insisted on being with her, the elderly couple found it inappropriate to say anything. At the dinner table, Mo Baichuan brought up his engagement with Zhao Jingrong once again. Upon hearing this, old Master Mo looked up at Mo Baichuan. As long as you have thought it through, what about your parents, have you talked to them? He didn't want to persuade any more at this point. Because no amount of persuasion would be useful. Children and grandchildren have their own fortune. As long as his son and daughter-in-law were fine, he, as a grandfather, was fine too. Mo Baichuan nodded, don't worry, I have communicated everything with them. Old Master Mo said, as long as you have talked it through with them, just proceed with the arrangements when the time comes. Mo Baichuan was stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting old Master Mo to be so easy to talk to. He thought old Master Mo would object. Zhao Jingrong sat shyly on the side, her heart sweet as if filled with honey. This was perfect. Finally, they had reached this day. Soon, she would be the envied Mrs. Mogg. After the meal, Mo Kishin prepared to take Ni Young home. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Ni Young suddenly remembered she had left something upstairs. Thus, Mo Kishin went up to retrieve it while she went to the restroom. Coming out of the restroom, she was blocked by a tall figure. Ni Young frowned slightly, looked up, and saw that it was Mo Baichuan. Seeing Mo Baichuan, Ni Young felt overwhelmed. She didn't know why, although she hadn't done anything. Mo Baichuan always thought she liked him, self-confident without any reason. Mo Baichuan looked at Ni Young and said, word by word, Ni Young, I'm giving you one last chance. I'm about to get engaged to Jingrong. By then, even if you regret it, it'll be too late. He was giving himself a chance, and also giving Ni Young a chance. He didn't want Ni Young to have regrets. More importantly, he didn't want to have regrets himself. Ni Young was astute, knowing that she was playing hard to get, yet he still fell for her irresistibly. Although Mo Baichuan didn't want to admit it, Ni Young had indeed achieved her goal. Mo Baichuan, let me emphasize seriously one more time, I have no interest in you, not even a cent's worth. I only like your uncle Mo Kishin. Only him. Saying this, Ni Young pointed to her head, if there's something wrong here, you should hurry to the hospital for a checkup. Don't fantasize all day, it's easy to develop a mental illness that way. Mo Baichuan's expression turned cold. Ni Young, stop pretending. Is there any point in keeping up this act? Aren't you tired? Resisting the urge to curse, Ni Young pushed Mo Baichuan away, her brow furrowed. Mo Baichuan, I'm now your uncle's girlfriend, and I will be your future aunt. Please show some respect in front of your elders. With that, Ni Young walked outside. Mo Baichuan was a martial artist, and not many people could push him, yet Ni Yang had done it, seemingly without much effort. Mo Baichuan watched Ni Yang's retreating figure, licked his molars, his eyes filled with dangerous intent. If that was the case, he could only let Ni Yang regret it herself. He would definitely give Zhao Jingrong an enviable, grand wedding. Ni Yang arrived at the door just as Mo Qishan came down from upstairs. Yang, your bag. Ni Yang took the bag and got into the car with Mo Qishan. Big brother Mo, I think your nephew has a problem. Ni Yang had wanted to discuss this matter with Mo Qishan. After all, couples should be open and honest with each other, without any secrets. However, she was worried that if she spoke out, it might impact the relationship between Mo Qishan and Mo Baichuan. They say that beauty is a source of trouble, and she couldn't bear being a sinner. After careful consideration, Ni Yang decided not to mention it. As long as she kept her distance from Mo Baichuan, that would be enough. Mo Qishan dropped Ni Yang off at Jinghua village. Yang, it's too late now, so I won't go in. Tomorrow morning at 10:30, I'll come to pick you up. Pick me up to go where? Ni Yang asked, somewhat curious. The day after tomorrow is New Year's. Let's go to Brother Dust's place tomorrow and have a look, Mo Qishan replied. Ni Yang curiously said, isn't he going back to Shanghai for the New Year? He's not going back. Mo Qishan said. Alright, Ni Yang nodded slightly, I got it. Today was the 29th of the 12th lunar month, and the Ni family was bustling with activity. Almost everyone had gathered around the stove to fry New Year's treats. Stuff like meatballs, radish balls, lotus root balls, and they had to steam the steamed buns. This was the first time Shangguan had tried making these things by hand. She was making them while simultaneously chatting with Ni Yang, and soon she had prepared a series of round, plump balls. Even Shangguan Su was sitting with his sisters, kneading dough. Old Lady Shangguan and Old Lady Zhang were in charge of the stove, one tending the fire and the other frying the balls. Ni Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui had gone to rinse rice and wash vegetables. Close to the New Year holiday, not only had the factory workers taken time off, but the Ni family's nanny had also gone home for the holidays. Old Master Zhang was outside in the yard making a snowman with little Ni Yun. Old Master Zhang was usually quite serious, but he would instantly crack whenever he encountered little Ni Yun. When Mo Qishan arrived it was exactly 10:30, and upon seeing such a warm scene, he couldn't help but pick up his camera and take several photos. Yang, Mo Qishan called Ni Yang. Ni Yang glanced up and Mo Qishan took the opportunity to press the shutter. A flawless 365-degree angle photo was taken just like that. Brother-in-law, I want a photo too. Little Ni Yun huffed and puffed as she ran over, posing with a peace sign. Brother-in-law, I want a photo too. Duo, like a little parrot, flapped his wings and flew over as well. Once the photos were taken, Mo Qishan rolled up his sleeves and joined the team making the balls. Ni Yang, surprised, said, I thought we were going to Brother Dust's place. Are we not going anymore? Well, go this afternoon. Oh. Ni Yang nodded. After lunch, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan left for the Du residence. You're going to Xiaodu's home, right? Here, take some steamed buns and lotus root balls with you. Old Lady Shangguan carried 2 bags to the car. Mo Qishan smiled and said, Grandma, you don't have to be so polite. You can buy these things outside. Old Lady Shangguan said, can those bought outside compare to ones made by hand? Take them. You can't get homemade ones outside. Then thank you, Grandma. Mo Qishan took the bags with both hands. Old Lady Shangguan smiled and said, why are you being so formal with me, child? Because of the New Year, the streets were very congested, with a festive atmosphere everywhere, except for the Du residence. Du Jiaojiao had returned to Shanghai for the New Year, Wang Ziki had also gone back to spend New Year's with his parents, and the remaining servants had taken leave as well, leaving old Mr. Du by himself. With the north wind carrying fallen leaves, the Du residence seemed exceptionally desolate. Upon entering, they immediately heard the sound of knocking on a wooden fish. Yang secretly sneered, wondering if this man really wanted to become a monk. How could he spend every day reciting scriptures and worshipping Buddha? Didn't he get bored? Yang was very curious how he persisted with it. A man in his 30s, yet living like a septuagenarian or octogenarian. Brother Du, Mo Chishan drew aside the bead curtain and went in. Old Mr. Du put down the wooden fish. Pei Ji has arrived. Brother Du, it's too lonely here. Why don't you come back with me for the new year? Mo Chishan suggested. Old Mr. Du fingered the Buddha beads. What's bustling and what's quiet, to me, it's all the same. A good mindset leads to lasting happiness. While they spoke, they proceeded to the tea room. The smoke of tea curled up, shrouding their figures, making everything seem dreamlike and illusory. Tea shall replace wine when guests arrive on a cold night, with the bamboo stove boiling soup and fire glowing bright. While Mo Chishan and old Mr. Du chatted, Yang found a book on the shelf to read. She loved reading and had an interest in almost every book, gradually becoming engrossed in it. Even though she had read Dream of the Red Chamber many times before, each new reading brought different insights. A beauty rolls up the curtain, sitting deeply, knitted brows frowning in thought. Old Mr. Du, one hand holding Buddha beads, took a sip of the slightly bitter tea broth and said, Pei Ji, have you been paying attention to the southern part of town lately? From what I understand, that group of old fellows seems to be getting restless. Mo Chishan lifted a teacup, just a bunch of struggling grasshoppers after autumn, hardly worth fearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1057, The Second Silly Dog Among Birds, Chapter 17, Uncle Du nodded, as long as you're aware, that's good. The two had a long conversation, until Yang finished half of the book, and Mo Chishan called for her to go back. Yang stretched lazily and yawned. Are we going back now? Mo Chishan reached out his hand toward Yang. Yang, out of habit, placed the book upside down on the desk and her right hand on top of Mo Chishan's. Uncle Du saw them out. Mo Chishan got into the driver's seat. Uncle Du, you should head back soon, it gets cold at night. Uncle Du nodded, drive slowly on your way. Don't worry. It was at this moment that Yang suddenly remembered something and turned her head. Oh, Uncle Du, we brought some steamed buns and lotus root balls from home, I left them on the table in the tea room. The tea room is warm, it would be best to put them in the fridge when you get back. Okay, Uncle Du nodded. Then, well, head off first, Yang waved at him. Uncle Du also turned to walk back into the house. Watching his desolate figure, Yang sighed softly. What do you think keeps Uncle Du from settling down? It's so lonely like this. Perhaps having experienced similar loneliness in a past life, Yang now feared loneliness the most. Especially waking up alone in bed to find not a single person to talk to, it was terrifying. Mo Chishan, holding the steering wheel with both hands, said, to each their own. We may think Uncle Du is very lonely, but that's not necessarily true. Yang nodded, that's true. If he really wanted to settle down, he wouldn't have married two beautiful wives just for show. After speaking, Yang added, oh, why do Uncle Du and Sister Jiao Jiao both call you Pei Ji? In fact, Yang had wanted to ask this question for a long time but never found the opportunity. Pei Ji answered, Pei Ji is my courtesy name. Courtesy name? Yang hesitated, then continued, like the poet Immortally Bai, whose courtesy name was Tai Bai. Mo Chishan nodded slightly, yes, Yang is really smart. Yang was about to flaunt her pride when the man followed up with two more words, follow me. Yang, the next day was New Year's Eve. Last year's New Year's Eve was before Tsuehua and the elderly Master Zheng and Madame Zheng had acknowledged each other, so this year was their first reunion New Year. Yang was woken up early in the morning by Duo Duo. It's New Year's. It's New Year's. Yang Yang, get up. Yang said, somewhat speechless, you're a bird, what does New Year's have to do with you? Duo glared with his small eyes, defiantly saying, you're a bird, your whole family are birds. Possibly due to spending too much time with people, Duo seemed to have forgotten his species. Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, you dog's son, say that again. Duo fearlessly retorted, you're a bird, your whole family are birds. Yang said with a smile, good, you won't have lunch today. Heh, Duo turned his backside toward Yang, I'm not afraid of you. Great, you've completely lost your mother now. Yang casually grabbed a pillow and threw it towards Duo. Duo agilely dodged the pillow. You're so dumb. Yang is so dumb. Yang is a big fool. Yang, she must have been crazy to have adopted such a bird. Since she was already woken up by Duo, Yang sat up in bed, grabbed some clothes, and went to the bathroom to change. The festive atmosphere in the countryside was very strong. After changing her clothes and going downstairs, Yang heard bursts of firecrackers. In the dining room, everyone had already started eating breakfast. Shangguan Shi, upon seeing Yang, smiled and said, Yang, you're up, come and eat. After breakfast, let's go to the fields and pick some roses to decorate the house. Now, not a trace of Shangguan Zai's heartbreak could be seen. Yang nodded, okay. After eating, the sisters took their baskets and went to pick roses. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a small sedan parked at the entrance, with Wu Chenjun getting out of the car. Shangguan Xiaoxi, little sister Yang, where are you guys planning to go? Shangguan Shi exclaimed in surprise, during the New Year's holiday, why aren't you staying at home, but coming to our house instead? Wu Chenjun smiled and said, what else could I be doing? Of course, I came here to celebrate the New Year with your family. To celebrate the New Year with our family? Shangguan Zai's eyes widened. Wu Chenjun nodded, don't you welcome me? Shangguan Shi was speechless, don't you have your own home? Why come over to celebrate at mine? Wu Chenjun straightened his face, my parents took my grandparents to Bansai Island to escape the cold, and now I'm the only one at home, so they told me to come celebrate the New Year with your family. Shangguan Shi frowned slightly, really? Just at that moment, Shangguan Dehui came out from the yard, Chenjun is here, come on in. Old lady Shangguan followed behind with a smile, we were just talking about you, and here you are. With a surprised face, Shangguan Shi said, Grandma, Dad, you both knew about this already? Shangguan Dehui nodded, it was I who invited Chenjun to spend the New Year with us. Otherwise, he would be so lonely all by himself. The Wu family and the Shangguan family were close friends, and besides, Wu Chenjun grew up under the watchful eye of Shangguan Dehui. With the Wu family not at home, it was only natural for them to invite Wu Chenjun over to the Shangguans to celebrate. Shangguan Shi turned to Yang, did you know about this too? Yang shook her head, I had no idea. Shangguan Shi, arm in arm with Yang, said, forget about him. Wu Lao San has always been shameless. Let's go pick roses instead. Wu Chenjun dropped off his big and small gift bags at the Ni family's place and hurriedly followed the two. Hey, where are you going? Take me with you. We girls are going to pick flowers, what would a big guy like you do following us? Shangguan Shi looked at Wu Chenjun with disdain. Wu Chenjun said, men and women are already equal, why can you girls go pick flowers and I can't? That's gender discrimination. The two kept walking and bickering, while Yang tried her best to minimize her presence and give them space. They reached the rose field, and the two were still non-stop chattering. Normally, Shangguan Shi was a very quiet and gentle girl, but she transformed completely when it came to Wu Chenjun. During the process of picking flowers, Yang found an excuse to head home first. Wu Chenjun looked at Yang gratefully. Yang quietly gave him a thumbs up. What are you two whispering about? Shangguan Shi turned back to look at Yang and Wu Chenjun. Yang smiled and said, we didn't say anything, Sister Xiaoxi, you saw wrong. Is that so? Yes, Wu Qinjun slapped Shangguan's head lightly. You're not old yet, Shangguan Xiaoxi, but why are your ears not working well? As the two kept playing around, Ni Yang quietly left the rose field. After lunch, Shangguan Su took Wu Qinjun to paste couplets and paper cuts on the windows. The Ni family had many doors and windows, so pasting couplets was a major undertaking, and since their neighbor Ni Chengui had gone to his daughter's house to celebrate the new year, they also had to paste couplets for his house. Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi took the couplets to Zhao Shuyu's home. On one hand, they were helping the elderly with their spring festival decorations, and on the other hand, they were also fetching Zhao Shuyue to celebrate the new year with them at the Ni family's place. Shangguan Shi adored Zhao Shuyu's orange cat, Depang, and didn't forget to hold it in her arms while putting up couplets. Zhao Shuyue watched everything in front of her, suddenly feeling her eyes moisten. There's a saying, on every joyous occasion, one longs for their kin even more, and what's more during the new year. Thankfully, Ni Yang still remembered her, the old widow. After finishing with the couplets, Shangguan Shi, holding Depang, and Ni Yang, supporting Zhao Shuyue, all headed towards the Ni family's place. If Shangguan Shi and Wu Qinjun were a pair of bickering buddies, then Depang and Duo were another. Duo liked to tease Depang when there was nothing else to do. For example, nipping at Depang's fur when he wasn't looking, and afterwards smugly saying, "Haha. Silly cat. Silly cat." What's more, Duo didn't just bully Depang alone, it also brought other little friends to gang up on Depang. Although Depang was agile, he was no match for Duo. He would meow furiously as if he wished to throttle Duo. Don't be mad, Depang, Ni Yang reached out and picked up Depang. One of these days, we'll butcher that little dog and make stewed soup out of him. Duo said, murder is a crime. Ni Yang corrected, you're a bird. I'm your dog son. Duo said. Ni Yang, Shangguan Shi couldn't help but laugh on the side, this Duo is almost too clever for its own good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1058, New Year's, Ruthlessly Torturing the Scumbag, 18th Update, in the evening. The villagers began to worship heaven and earth, burn paper money, and arrange offerings. The sky filled with the sounds of firecrackers, and Wu Qinjun instinctively covered Shangguan's ears. To his surprise, Shangguan Shi did not refuse. Wu Qinjun covered Shangguan's ears even tighter, a slight curve forming on his lips, truly wishing he could hold on forever like this. Of course, the highlight of New Year's Eve was the reunion dinner and the fireworks. This year, it was the first time for the elderly Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang to spend the festival with the younger generation, and their red envelopes were not small, a thick stack when brought out. All the youngsters, including Wu Qinjun, received the same amount of money, without any favoritism or discrimination. After dinner, they went outside to set off fireworks. This was Shangguan's first time spending New Year in the countryside, and it was an incredible feeling. The festive atmosphere in the countryside was very strong, quite different from the city. Like every year, Gooden led a bunch of kids to the Ni family to watch the fireworks. Ni Yang had prepared lots of sparklers and distributed several to each child. Shangguan Shi reached out to Ni Yang, Yang, I want some too. Then I want some too, Wu Qinjun followed, stretching out his hand. Holding the sparklers, the two of them ran around and played with a group of kids, the rising smoke blurring everyone's smiling faces. Ni Yang stood aside, looking at this scene, her lips curling up into a smile. Yang. Despite the surrounding laughter, Ni Yang still heard that deep voice. Ni Yang turned her head slightly. She saw a tall figure approaching from the darkness, the burning sparkler in his hand illuminating his chiseled features, with the lights of countless homes becoming the background. Brother Mo, Ni Yang said, somewhat surprised to see Mo Qishan. Yang, Happy New Year. Ni Yang hugged Mo Chishan tightly. Happy New Year. After the fireworks, everyone gathered again around the fire. Gooden brought over some sweet potatoes from home, and everyone chatted while eating the steaming baked sweet potatoes. Mo Chishan had also prepared New Year's money for each child and quietly handed out the red envelopes to all the kids. Then, he stealthily pulled an extra-large red envelope from his pocket and slipped it into Ni Yang's hand. Yang Yang, this is for you. Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. I get one too? Of course. Yours is the most unique and the biggest. Thank you, Brother Mo. Ni Yang earnestly tucked the red envelope into her pocket. I want one too. I want one too. Duo circled above their heads. Happy New Year. Give me a red envelope. Mo Chishan took out another red envelope and handed it to Duo. Duo was thrilled, hurriedly saying, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss, and then flew away with the red envelope. Shangguan Su looked at Shangguan Shi and Wu Qinjun, then at Ni Yang and Mo Chishan, and finally at himself, suddenly feeling a love-struck blow of 10,000 points. It seemed it was time for him to find a girlfriend too. Otherwise, life was just unbearable. On the first day of the new year, Ni Yang, as usual, went hiking with Mo Chishan. They also burned incense at Nyuwang Temple. In Beijing, there is a custom that one should not go out on the second day of the first lunar month, so on the third day, Ni Yang and Mo Chishan went to pay a New Year visit to the Wang family. Since the Lantern Festival, Wu Yenyun had been waiting at the door every day, waiting for Ni Yang and others to come and pay a visit. She knew that someone from the Ni family would definitely come, because they still wanted to seek her forgiveness. When they arrived, she planned to harshly humiliate them, especially Ni Yang. How dare they come to pay a visit after throwing her away as a child? Ridiculous. But she waited for 3 days, and no one from the Ni family came. Now, Wu Yenyun panicked. Did they really not want her anymore? Had they truly given up on her? But what right did they have to give her up? They had abandoned her once before when they were children. Were they going to do it again? Wu Yenyun bit her teeth tightly, her face full of resentment. In the evening, the Wu family parents returned with Wu Dalong, Wu Erlong, and Wu Xiaolong. Whose house did you go to today? The Wu family were outsiders in Beijing and had few relatives, but today her parents and 3 brothers were not home. Wu Dalong said, Big sister, you won't be happy if I tell you. Did you go to Ni Yang's house? Wu Yenyun asked. Wu Dalong was about to speak when Wu Erlong tiptoed and covered Wu Dalong's mouth. A sneer appeared at the corners of Wu Yenyun's mouth. She wasn't a fool. Why didn't you tell me about going to Ni Yang's house? Why? Wu Erlong sighed, Big sister, we didn't mean to keep it from you on purpose. We were afraid you'd get angry, considering the current situation. If they had told Wu Yenyun, she would probably make a scene again. Who wants to be scolded and pointed at during the New Year's celebration? It would be like asking for trouble. So the parents of the Wu family didn't tell Wu Yenyun. Is it because I'm not your real sister, that you hide things from me? Wu Yenyun, her eyes slightly red, questioned Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong. Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong were startled. It's not like that, big sister, it's not. Wu Yenyun picked up a cup and threw it on the floor. Do you even consider me a member of this family anymore? The glass cup shattered to pieces, and the Wu couple, who were bathing Wu Xiaolong in the bathroom, came out, asking with bewilderment, what's going on? Wu Yenyun looked at the Wu couple. Didn't I say we're through with the Ni family? Why did you go to their house behind my back today? Just because I'm not your biological child, you can disregard my feelings like that? Is that it? Wu Yenyun felt too miserable. She couldn't understand why her family would make her suffer like this during the New Year's celebration. Why? Yan Erju explained, it's not like that, Xiaoyun, we didn't mean to hide it from you on purpose, intentionally. You did it on purpose. Wu Yenyun cried and ran into her room, slamming the door shut. Bang! Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong jumped in fright. Wu Jinshu sighed, this child's temper is really getting bigger and bigger. Lately, Wu Yenyun hadn't spared them from her outbursts. Having heard her cold-hearted words so many times, the Wu couple had grown accustomed to them. At this point, they felt powerless about Wu Yenyun. They couldn't beat or scold her. Even if they said one harsh word, Wu Yenyun would take it as a slight because she wasn't their biological child. Yan Erju helplessly shook her head. Let it go, she's already 18 this year. Speaking to her won't help, and she'll just get angry if we say too much. What a hassle it is during the new year. Before long, it was the 8th day of the first lunar month. The 8th day is considered an auspicious day, so many organizations and factories choose to start work on this day. Meanwhile, ever since Zhuo Ling was laid off, he hadn't found a suitable job. At this time, Chen Leibao's father stepped forward and offered to help Zhuo Ling get a job in his factory, but there was a condition: Zhuo Ling must marry Chen Leibao. Naturally, Zhuo Ling was unwilling. Who would want to marry a pigsy walking through the door? It wasn't until after the Lantern Festival that Zhuo Ling, still jobless and swayed by the lure of wealth, finally nodded in agreement to marry Chen Leibao. Seeing their son finally come to his senses, Zhuo Ling's parents were overjoyed and immediately started preparing for the wedding. Both sets of parents agreed on a wedding date set for the 21st of the first lunar month. Zhuo Ling's parents thought they could finally look forward to a happy life filled with children and grandchildren, but to their surprise, on the 3rd day after the wedding, Chen Leibao changed completely. She not only ordered Zhuo Ling's parents around but also turned Zhuo Ling into a live-in son-in-law. She openly declared her intention to have Zhuo Ling continue the Chen family lineage. Zhuo Ling's parents were taken aback. They didn't dare say much, knowing Zhuo Ling's livelihood was still in their hands. Chen Leibao's personality had changed too. How much she used to love Zhuo Ling, whatever he wanted, she would give. And now? Now she would slap Zhuo Ling at the slightest provocation, and if Zhuo Ling dared talk about divorce, another slap would follow until he submitted. And unfortunately, Zhuo Ling was no match for Chen Leibao. Moreover, when Chen Leibao lost her temper, she wouldn't spare even Zhuo Ling's parents. Zhuo Ling's parents pitied their son, not knowing how many times they had secretly cried behind his back. The new year passed, and it was also time for the schools to start the new term. On the first day of school, Ni Young naturally had to report to the campus. There were speeches and exams at the start of the school year, so Ni Young had to stay in the dormitory for a few days. Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying had already arrived in the dormitory. With the new year came a new spirit, and both of them seemed much more energetic. Yang. My dear. You're finally here. I've missed you to death. Zhang Qiuying hugged Ni Young excitedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1059, Yang Yang's Tricks, Actively Pleasing, 19th Update. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Do you miss me that much?" "Miss you? Of course, I miss you. I even dream about you." Zhang Qiuying flattered endlessly, then turned to Li Huilan. "Huilan, do you miss me and Yang Yang?" Li Huilan answered somewhat shyly, I do miss you too. "Oh, I've brought our local specialty for you, the aromatic pig ham." As she spoke, Li Huilan took out a piece of yellow cured ham from her parcel. Zhang Qiuying looked puzzled. "We don't have a pot in our dorm, and you brought such a big piece of meat. How are we supposed to eat it?" Li Huilan pulled out a knife and cut a piece of ham for Zhang Qiuying. "This is eaten raw, try it." "Raw meat?" Zhang Qiuying frowned slightly. She really dared not eat it. In their hometown, there was a saying that eating raw pork could cause mad pig disease. Zhang Qiuying waved her hands repeatedly. "Huilan, stop joking. How can you eat raw meat? Aren't you afraid of getting mad pig disease?" Li Huilan smiled and said, "Mad pig disease? No way. Everyone eats it like this back home." Upon finishing her sentence, Li Huilan cut another piece of pork and handed it to Ni Yang. Yang, you try." Ni Young accepted the slice of ham with a smile. This ham tastes amazing when eaten raw. Aromatic pig ham is considered a luxury food in later years, with prices soaring into 5 digits per pound. The ham from the 1980s was all natural and free from pollution, making it many times tastier than the exorbitantly priced hams of later years. Seeing Ni Young enjoying the hams so much, Zhang Qiuying couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Yang, you're something. Daring to eat raw meat. Ni Young took another piece and then another. This is truly a rarity. You can't buy it even if you had the money, Qiuying. Not eating it is your loss. Zhang Qiuying said, I'm not eating. After eating 3 slices of ham, Ni Young sighed. If only we had a glass of wine to go with it. It was already 1986, and everyone would be raving about the 87 Lafite wine next year, so Ni Young planned to buy a batch to store. Zhang Qiuying laughed. Yang, you really know how to enjoy life. Life is all about food and drink, Ni Young spoke lightly. Li Huilan looked up at Zhang Qiuying. Qiuying, are you really not going to eat this ham? Not eating, Zhang Qiuying shook her head like a drum. Ni Young shook her head. Some people just don't appreciate good food. Li Huilan picked up the ham and placed it on Ni Yang's desk. Since Huilan can't enjoy this, Yang, I'll give this piece of ham to you. Take it home and let your family try it. Ni Young was taken aback by Li Huilan's generosity. All for me? Huilan, aren't you going to eat it yourself? Li Huilan said nonchalantly, I've been eating it since I was a child, and I'm tired of it. Just take it, and don't be polite. Although the 1980s was a difficult time, there were still wealthy areas. Li Huilan, although born in a rural area, didn't have it as hard as one might think. There was no shortage of meat. However, a large piece of meat like this was still considered very precious for a rural household. But precious as it was, it couldn't compare to the value of friendship. Li Huilan held these 2 roommates in high regard and was willing to share the best with them. And Ni Young was never stingy with them either. Huilan, then I want stand on ceremony. Ni Young knew how to conduct herself and was well aware of the subtleties of human relationships. If she were to refuse the ham today, it might make Li Huilan feel uneasy. Sure enough, upon learning that Ni Young had accepted the ham, Li Huilan was overjoyed. Yang, if your family likes it, just tell me, and they'll bring you some more next year. Ni Young carefully packed the ham away. Huilan, on behalf of my family, thank you. After finishing packing up the ham, Ni Young remembered that when she came to school, Ni Tsuihua had picked out a big bag of things for her to bring to the dorm to share with her roommates. I almost forgot. This is what my mom asked me to bring over. You guys go ahead and eat. Ni Young had brought some cooked food, like sunflower seeds, dried fruit, and braised duck feet and duck head. Zhang Qiuying and Li Huilan enjoyed it immensely. My goodness. This is way too delicious. Yang, where did your family buy this duck head? Zhang Qiuying asked, nibbling on a duck head and speaking unclearly. Ni Young said, this duck head was braised by my grandmother and my maternal grandmother. If you like it, I'll bring some more next time. Sure. Zhang Qiuying was thrilled. Li Huilan said, Yang, can you ask at home how this duck head is braised? Next New Year, I'll have my mom try making it. Ni Young nodded. I'll write down the braised duck head recipe for you later. Although the recipe for the braised duck head was made by old lady Zhang and her family, the formula was provided by Ni Young, who had made her fortune from braised foods in her previous life. I want some too. Qiuying said, I'll have our housekeeper make it when I get back. Okay, I'll write it now. Ni Young took out some paper and started writing a detailed preparation plan. Since she wasn't making her fortune from braised foods this time around, it was okay to share the recipe with others. Ni Young not only wrote down the ingredients but also carefully wrote out the preparation process, producing 2 copies of the document, one for each Qiuying and Huilan. Holding the recipe, Qiuying exclaimed, Yang, your handwriting is absolutely amazing. To be able to write beautiful characters, Qiuying had practiced painstakingly for 7 or 8 years. She considered her own handwriting quite beautiful, but in front of Ni Yang, it seemed child's play. Ni Yang's face was as beautiful as her handwriting. Truly, the handwriting reflected the person. Ni Yang smiled and said, "I've practiced for many years." Qiuying continued, Yang, not only are you beautiful, but your academic performance is also outstanding, and your handwriting is beautiful too. How are the rest of us supposed to live? In Qiuying's mind, Ni Yang was an all-capable being. Huilan agreed, Yang, you're even more beautiful than the village belle back home, but our village belle is quite silly, she doesn't even recognize Arabic numerals. In Huilan's view, generally, the less attractive people were not very dumb, and the beautiful ones were not very smart. It wasn't until she met Ni Yang that she realized how wrong she had been. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Qiuying said, "Oh, right Yang, my ice-smooth jade skin is almost finished, could you help me get another set?" "Sure," Ni Yang nodded. "Thank you so much, Yang." Qiuying continued, "Also, Yang, my mom really likes ice-smooth jade skin too. Could you get an extra set for me? I'll send it back home for her to use." "Sure, no problem," Ni Yang made an okay gesture. "Ah. I really love you so much, Yang." The effects of ice-smooth jade skin were truly incredible, so much so that after the winter holidays ended, Qiuying had wanted to buy a set at the store herself, but she was in for a shock. The products were in extremely high demand. They were sold out and unavailable. Ni Yang smiled and said, "You're welcome." Qiuying then asked, Yang, do you know someone from the ice-smooth jade skin internal team? Ni Yang nodded, yes. When Wang Lisha walked in pulling her suitcase, she happened to hear this part. Her eyes lit up. Ever since she started using the basic ice-smooth jade skin, her skin had become incredibly smooth, as if she had put on a new layer. She too wanted to try a limited edition set. As Ni Yang was in the dorm today, she saw it as an opportunity to make peace and then ask Ni Yang to help her get a box. With this in mind, Wang Lisha's face broke into a smile as she carried her luggage into the dorm. "Oh. Ni Yang, everyone's already here. I thought I'd be the first one." Ni Yang looked at her, somewhat surprised. Wang Lisha had changed quite a bit over the winter break. She remembered how at the beginning of last year, Wang Lisha used to look down on the three of them. Since Wang Lisha had greeted her first, Ni Yang naturally wouldn't ignore her. "We just arrived too, and since my home is in Beijing, it was quite convenient for me to come." Huilan and Qiuying were used to it, as Wang Lisha's attitude towards them had gradually improved since the second half of last year, even sharing snacks with them proactively. After arranging her luggage, Wang Lisha took out 3 packages of local products from her hometown to share with Ni Yang and the others. "This is a specialty from my hometown, I hope you won't mind it." Wang Lisha's home was in Hang City, and the specialty was silk. The packets contained real silk scarves. Holding the silk scarf that Wang Lisha had gifted her, Ni Yang felt almost as if she were floating on air. She felt like she was dreaming. Just then, Wang Lisha continued, "Ni Yang, I just heard you say that you know someone from the ice-smooth jade skin internal team, right?" Ni Yang nodded, yes. Wang Lisha grabbed Ni Yang's hand. "Ni Yang, I was wrong before, and I know it. I've apologized to Huilan too. Let's make peace from now on. Could you also help me get a box of the limited edition ice-smooth jade skin? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1060, Little Ancestor, 20 more updates. Although it really hurt to slap her own face, Wang Lisha really loved the jade-like skin from the skincare products. Ni Yang looked at Wang Lisha and finally understood why she had suddenly changed her attitude. It was good to have desires, she was most afraid of Wang Lisha having none. Being able to win over someone's heart with just a box of skincare products was indeed a great deal. After all, the more people, the easier to handle things. Moreover, Wang Lisha wasn't really bad, just a bit spoiled due to her wealthy background. Besides, they were dorm mates, having a harmonious relationship was better than being in a continual standoff. Ni Young didn't like the latter. Ni Young said with a smile, "Sure." "Really?" Wang Lisha looked at Ni Young incredulously, excited to the point of madness. Ni Young nodded, "Really?" Ni Young, "Thank you." "Thank you." Wang Lisha hugged Ni Young excitedly. She was so happy. Because she hadn't expected Ni Young to forgive her so easily, she had even prepared herself for Ni Young to make fun of her thoroughly, especially since she hadn't shown any kindness to Ni Young back then and even mocked that jade-like skin products would ruin one's face. Looking back now, it was really inappropriate. She had misjudged Ni Young, whose generosity truly impressed her. Ni Young said lightly, "You're welcome." The next day, Ni Young brought 3 sets of the jade-like skin products to the dorm. 2 sets for Zhang Qiuying and 1 set for Wang Lisha. Wang Lisha took the jade-like skin products with both hands, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh my! I finally got the limited edition." Additionally, Ni Young gave Li Huilan a big bottle of moisturizing cream. Li Huilan was embarrassed to accept it. Ni Young said with a smile, "Huilan, if you don't accept this, you're making me feel like an outsider. Otherwise, I should take that big hem I brought back home." Li Huilan then accepted the cream. Today was Sunday, and Wu Chenjun and Sheng Guanxi had arranged to go watch a movie together. Early in the morning, he drove over to pick up Sheng Guanxi. Ni Young quietly asked Wu Chenjun how things were progressing between him and Sheng Guanxi. Wu Chenjun blushed and said, "I can't really tell, but your sister is quite oblivious. I've hinted so many times, yet she is still indifferent." Speaking of this issue, Wu Chenjun was also frustrated because he wanted to win his beauty sooner rather than later. Ni Young then said, "Hints won't work. Sister Xiaoxi is a very romantic person. You need to prepare a surprise for her, something ceremonial too." Why did Zuoling manage to win Shangguan Zai's heart before? It was because Zuoling was creative, ceremonial, and knew how to sweet talk. Wu Chenjun trying to win Sheng Guanxi through hints, compared to Zuoling, Wu Chenjun was too straightforward. He had a kind of steel-like straightforwardness. One day during the new year, Ni Young whimsically did a popular futuristic makeup look for Sheng Guanxi. When Wu Chenjun saw Sheng Guanxi, he blurted out, "You didn't clean the sleep out of your eyes properly." That day, Sheng Guanxi almost beat Wu Chenjun up. "Are you sure a surprise will work?" Wu Chenjun asked uncertainly. "Sure," Ni Young nodded. "What kind of surprise should I prepare then?" Wu Chenjun continued. Ni Young smiled and said, "That's something you'll have to think of yourself. Others planning it for you won't convey your feelings." Wu Chenjun scratched his head. "Okay, I got it, thanks, little auntie." Ni Young pointed to little Ni Yun and said, "Your little auntie is her." Wu Chenjun quickly corrected himself, second auntie, second auntie." Just then, Sheng Guanxi came downstairs in changed clothes, and after greeting Ni Young, the two left together. Watching their departing figures, little Ni Yun looked up at Ni Young. "Sister, what's a little auntie? Can you eat it? You just know about eating." Ni Young tapped little Ni Yun on the forehead. Little Ni Yun was now the little foodie of the house, like a blender, eating everything, not picky at all. Even avocados, as unpleasant as they were, she could eat 2 at a time. With some innocence, little Ni Yun said, "Isn't it you who said, in life, it's all about food and drink?" "Oh," Ni Young said with a smile full of meaning, "our little Yun Yun has gotten smart, now even able to think critically." Little Ni Yun then asked, "Sister, what does think critically mean?" Ni Young said speechlessly, "Are you a Y machine?" Little Ni Yun scratched her head. "Sister, what is a Y machine? Can you eat it?" Ni Young, little Ni Yun asked again, "Sister, why am I brother Chenjun's little aunt?" Ni Young put her index finger to her lips and made a silence gesture. "Shush, keep your voice down. Don't let Sister Xiaoxi hear this." Little Ni Yun tilted her head. why can't we tell Sister Xiaoxi? Ni Yang whispered, because this is a secret between the three of us. Oh. Little Ni Yun nodded, not quite understanding, and covered her mouth with her hands, whispering, okay, I got it, sister. It's a secret, I won't tell Sister Xiaoxi. Just then, Duo flew onto little Ni Yun's shoulder and mimicking her earlier manner, tilted his head and asked, Sister, what is a little ant? Ni Yang looked at Duo with a smile. Duo, do you want to know what fried bird means? Duo flapped his wings proudly. Oh, I'm so scared. Ni Yang grabbed Duo, half squinting her eyes. Are you scared now? Duo flapped desperately. Help. Help. Silly cat, help. Someone's going to kill the bird. Just as she spoke, Depang charged over from afar, constantly meowing at Ni Yang, and scratching at her legs, as if to say, if Ni Yang didn't let Duo go today, it would cling to her forever. Meow meow meow. Duo maliciously said, silly cat is so silly. Ni Yang, this silly cat really was dumb, tormented by Duo every day, but now that Duo was in danger, it eagerly rushed over to save him. It seemed that cross-species friendships existed too. Ni Yang released Duo, alright, you guys go play. No sooner had Duo gained his freedom than he pecked at Depang. Friendships can capsize in an instant, and Depang immediately flashed his claws, as if he'd wipe out Duo's entire lineage. After playing with the silly cat Depang for a while, Duo was nowhere to be seen. The lively streets of Beijing. Duo perched on the shoulder of a refined man in casual clothes. Little jerk, where are we going? We're going to eat, Du Qingfeng answered. Little jerk, I'm hungry. Duo pecked at the fine hairs near Du Qingfeng's ear. Hungry. Hungry. You're so annoying, Du Qingfeng said, twirling his Buddha beads. You're the annoying one, your whole family is annoying. Duo got ruffled. Du Qingfeng remained calm. In this world, you're probably the only bird that dares to talk to me like this. He could never have dreamed that he'd indulge a bird this way. Duo cheekily said, because I'm your little ancestor. Du Qingfeng, little jerk, your little ancestor is hungry. Speak properly, Du Qingfeng commanded, his expression unchanging yet with a stern look in his eyes. If it had been before, Duo would have trembled with fear, but not anymore. Du Qingfeng, your little ancestor is hungry. Du Qingfeng, seeing that Du Qingfeng had no intention of grabbing the bird food, Duo coquettishly rubbed against his chin. Finally, Du Qingfeng took out fine-quality bird food from his pouch. Delicious. Wu Yanyan spotted Du Qingfeng from a distance. But due to their previous encounters, she couldn't muster the courage to greet him. Looking at Duo on Du Qingfeng's shoulder, then at herself, Wu Yanyan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Had she really fallen so low that she was now inferior to a pet kept by Ni Yang? How ironic. Ni Yang was shameless, using a pet to flirt with Du Qingfeng. Just then, a dark shadow flew towards Wu Yanyan, an excited voice shouting, Yanyan. Yanyan. Previously, Wu Yanyan had visited the Ni family many times, and when at their place, she had fed Duo, who was quite gluttonous. Thinking of coming over to greet her and surely being fed something delicious, Duo thought Wu Yanyan would be overjoyed. Wu Yanyan was initially startled, noticed Du Qingfeng nearby, and then smiled and greeted Duo. Hello Duo. Hello Yanyan. If there was one thing Duo was good at, it was mimicking quickly. Wu Yanyan continued, Duo, my home has delicious food, visit sometime if you're free. Duo didn't catch anything else but the mention of delicious food, and got terribly excited. Delicious. Delicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1061, She is like the moon surrounded by stars. Chapter 21, Wu Yanyan watched Duo with a smile that reached her eyes. But in reality, the happier she appeared on the surface, the more she hated Ni Yang in her heart. She hated everything about Ni Yang, including this beast. Just as Duo was about to say something more, the sound of old Dust's voice filled the air. Duo, come here. Goodbye, Yanyan. Duo politely bid farewell to Wu Yanyan. Wu Yanyan waved her hand toward Duo. Duo flew straight to old Dust's shoulder. You little rascal, I want to eat more. Old Du held Buddha beads in one hand while pulling out a brocade pouch with the other. Who was that just now? Yanyan, it was Yanyan. Wu Yanyan. Old Du frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Duo ate a grain of birdseed. You can't be that rude, you must call her Yanyan. Listen, Duo, old Du turned his head to look at Duo. From now on, you're not allowed to speak to Wu Yanyan, nor eat anything she gives you. Why? Duo tilted its little head as it looked at old Du. Old Du glanced at the retreating figure of Wu Yanyan. No reasons, just don't. Oh. Duo nodded earnestly. Wu Yanyan went straight to a corner to hide, then peered secretly at the backs of old Du and Duo, biting her lip tightly. Duo was a talking bird. This beast must have said many bad things about her in front of old Du. Otherwise, old Du wouldn't ignore her. A beast wouldn't badmouth someone for no reason. You would know without thinking that it must have all been taught by Ni Yang. It's too much. Ni Yang really is too much. She clearly knew that Wu Yanyan liked old Du, yet she still did this. She was just opposing Wu Yanyan. Wu Yanyan wanted to find a place to cry her heart out, but she knew she couldn't cry, she couldn't admit defeat. She wouldn't lose. Wu Yanyan. Just then, someone patted Wu Yanyan's shoulder from behind. Wu Yanyan got startled and turned around, only to see it was Wei Haoguang. Wei Haoguang was 2 years older than Wu Yanyan, 20 this year, and had stopped attending school due to the prosperity of his family, which allowed him to laze about every day. However, it's worth mentioning that Wei Haoguang had an especially delicate face, appearing gentle and scholarly, like someone who was well-read. Wu Yanyan, being a student, naturally didn't know this socialite Wei Haoguang. They met at the hospital. It's you, Wei Haoguang. Wu Yanyan put on a slight smile. Wei Haoguang showed concern. You seem a little unhappy. Did you encounter any difficulties? Tell me, and I'll help you solve them. No, Wu Yanyan shook her head. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Come on, let me treat you to a meal at a big restaurant, Wei Haoguang continued. Wu Yanyan kept shaking her head. No need, I'm going home. Wei Haoguang followed her steps. Wu Yanyan, aren't we friends? You don't even want to have a meal with me? Wu Yanyan was no fool. She knew Wei Haoguang was interested in her, but she had no interest in him. She only liked old Du after seeing someone like old Du, with his charming rogue demeanor. Her heart couldn't accommodate anyone else. Unfortunately, with Ni Yang stirring up trouble, old Du would never notice her. Thinking of this, a deep sense of unwillingness appeared in Wu Yanyan's eyes. Wu Yanyan then said, I'm sorry, Wei Haoguang, but I still have homework to finish. I need to go home and do my homework. Last year, Ni Yang took the national top scholar spot, and this year, her total score must beat Ni Yang. It must. Doing homework is so boring. Come and play with me instead. Let me show you around. Wei Haoguang grabbed Wu Yanyan's hand and led her to the motorbike parked by the side. Wu Yanyan was forced onto the motorbike. Wu Yanyan had ridden bicycles and been in cars, but this was her first time on a motorbike. Wei Haoguang had also called a group of brothers, and about a dozen of them started racing on the winding mountain road. Wu Yanyan hugged Wei Haoguang's waist tightly, screaming continuously, and as the adrenaline surged, her depressed mood also began to lift. Ah. Isn't it thrilling? Wei Haoguang turned his head and shouted at Wu Yanyan. Thrilling. Happy? Happy. Wu Yanyan shouted back loudly. With a beauty by his side, it was Wei Haoguang who, of course, won this race. The boss is awesome. The boss is mighty. Wei Haoguang took off his helmet, stop the nonsense and pay up. Everyone immediately pulled out their money. Big bro, is this your wife? Wife? Wu Yenyun heard this title for the first time. It was a novel feeling, and it filled her with a sense of vanity. Wei Haoguang put his arm around Wu Yenyun's. Your sister-in-law is still in school, guys. Don't scare her. Wu Yenyun bowed her head, her face blushing red. She wanted to refuse Wei Haoguang, but she couldn't. Which school are you from, sister-in-law? How old are you this year, sister-in-law? Wei Haoguang answered each question for Wu Yenyun. Your sister-in-law is 18 years old and currently studying at City 3rd Middle School. Sister-in-law, I know some people from City 3rd Middle. If anyone dares to bully you, just drop my name, Li Daki. Sister-in-law, with us brothers around, you can walk sideways through City 3rd Middle. With everyone calling her sister-in-law, they began to tease her. Wu Yenyun was very clear that she did not like Wei Haoguang, but she enjoyed the feeling of being protected and exalted. Just like Anai Yang. Didn't Anai Yang also have a crowd of people surrounding her? They all said it, her current life was thanks to Anai Yang. But now, without Anai Yang, isn't she still living a carefree life? What's so great about Anai Yang? In the future, she would live even better than Anai Yang. After the motorcycle ride, someone suggested they go get a drink. Wei Haoguang was in a good mood today. Everyone enjoy your food and drinks to the fullest, the treat is on me today. Everyone immediately cheered, big bro is mighty. Sister-in-law is mighty. Wu Yenyun liked the feeling of being surrounded, but she still had a clear mind. Faced with the glasses of alcohol handed to her, she declined them all. Sorry, I don't drink alcohol. She was still a student, she couldn't drink. Wei Haoguang said with a smile, your sister-in-law can't drink, so I'll drink on her behalf. With all the commotion, it got late. When Wei Haoguang dropped Wu Yenyun at the Wu family's home, it was already past 8 o'clock. As soon as Wu Yenyun entered the house, Enrich said, Yenyun, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, your dad and I were going to call the police. Wu Jinshu said, Yenyun, where have you been? You made your mom and me worry so long. Worry? Did they genuinely worry about a daughter who had no blood relation to them? They can secretly meet with Anai Yang, but she's not allowed to go out and have fun? Is that fair? Wu Yenyun put away the sarcastic look in her eyes. I was studying at a classmate's house. This will happen often in the future, so mom and dad, you don't need to worry about me. Hearing this, Enrich and Wu Jinshu sighed in relief. Xiaoyun, although studying is important, safety is more so. It's already 8 o'clock, and it's not safe for a girl to be out. By the way, where does your classmate live? In the future, let your dad take you there. Wu Jinshu nodded. Right, your mother is right. Did they truly worry about her safety? Or were they just looking for an excuse to keep an eye on her? So, she didn't even have this much freedom? Wu Yenyun continued, no need, my classmate has a bicycle. She just rode me back on her bike, it's very safe. What is your classmate's name? Enrich asked with some concern. Suddenly, Wu Yenyun felt a wave of irritation. They had to control everything. Everything. At the Ni family, Ni Yang did whatever she wanted and nobody ever bothered her. But what about her? She was being watched by everyone. Was she a prisoner? Or in their eyes, would she never measure up to Ni Yang? Everything Ni Yang did was right. Everything she did was wrong. Suppressing her frustration, Wu Yenyun said, her name is Wang Fang, she lives on Bikrai Road. I'm going to my room to read now. Yenyun, aren't you going to eat? We've left some food for you on the table. Enrich continued. I've already eaten at Wang Fang's house. You child, how can you just eat at someone else's home? You're not allowed to do that in the future, Mom. Wu Yenyun turned to look at Enrich, cutting off her unfinished words. What? Enrich paused. Wu Yenyun went on, Wang Fang's family isn't as stingy as you imagine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1062, Gradual Change, Chapter 22. Wu Yanyan's words were heavy, laced with a hint of accusation. Once she formed an opinion of someone, everything that person did was wrong. Yen Erju was stunned. She just felt it was inappropriate to always dine at her classmates' homes. She hadn't expected Wu Yanyan to be angry again. Ah. Yen Erju sighed helplessly. Back in the room, Yen Erju said to Wu Jinshu, Xiaoyun has changed. She felt she was becoming unrecognizable. Wu Jinshu also sighed, the child is grown up, she has her own thoughts now. Plus, I heard a teacher say today that children reach a certain age and enter a rebellious phase, which those educated folks call adolescence. Adolescence? Yen Erju frowned, looking puzzled. Wu Jinshu nodded, yes, adolescence, and I've also heard that teenagers and adolescents are not easy to manage. Some even go down the path of crime during this time. Nearly every family deals with situations like this. At this point, Wu Jinshu paused, then continued, in the future, let's be a bit more relaxed with Yanyan, not question everything, and allow the child some personal space. Although Wu Jinshu was not literate and had a low level of education, he was a rare good father. He could tolerate all his child's flaws. Yen Erju continued, adolescence, my foot. Where do these absurd theories come from? Why didn't I have an adolescence when I was young? Maybe you've forgotten, Wu Jinshu said. Yen Erju sighed, so when does this adolescence phase end? Wu Jinshu shook his head, I'm not quite sure about that. Yen Erju went on, but what if she's in adolescence all her life? A lifetime of adolescence? Wu Jinshu laughed, Erju, don't worry. Although I don't know when adolescence will end, it definitely won't last a lifetime. During this period, Wu Yanyan almost went riding motorcycles with Wei Haoguang every day after school and gradually learned to drink. Late returns home had become the norm. Her parents in the Wu family still believed she was studying at a classmate's house. In mid-February, Li Yao returned from Shanghai. During this time, Li Yao had already arranged the store affairs in Shanghai. This trip, she was coming to transport the ice muscle jade skin products back to Shanghai. Li Yao hired a large truck for the job directly. Seeing this truck, Ni Yang chuckled, Sister Yao Yao, how much ice muscle jade skin are you planning to haul back? Li Yao said, beautiful, just get me the stock, however much it is, I can sell it out. Through her promotion, ice muscle jade skin had already gained high popularity among the circles of ladies and socialites. Ni Yang laughed, I just shipped a batch to M country recently. And with the recent sales, our stock is not much now. How can this be? Li Yao frowned slightly and continued, don't you have a large factory now? Can't keep up with the demand? Ni Yang went on, the factory won't be finished for another half month. I estimate it can only start operating at the beginning of next month. Ah. Upon hearing this, Li Yao looked at Ni Yang with a face full of disappointment. I thought the factory had already started operating. That's not so fast, Ni Yang continued, but Sister Yao Yao, don't be disappointed. Although we don't have a lot in stock right now, it's still enough for you to sell. How much is there? Li Yao asked. Come with me to have a look, Ni Yang led Li Yao to the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with piles of ice muscle jade skin, all very fresh, having been produced only recently. Li Yao continued, this isn't even enough for 2 days' sales. Ni Yang went on, limited editions are sold only at the beginning and end of the month. Including the basic ones, it should be enough for you until next month. Just hang in there for a while, and it'll be fine once the factory starts. Alright, that's the only option now, Li Yao nodded, by the way, Yang, how much for these? Ni Yang clicked on her abacus, 57,000 in total. Okay, I'll transfer it to your account from the bank when I get back. Trust the doubtful, doubt the trusted, Ni Young nodded, okay. Then Ni Young added, has Sister Jiao Jiao arrived in Beijing? Shall probably take a little while longer. After loading the goods, Ni Young joined Li Yao for a meal at the Fragrant Beauty restaurant. Li Yao devoured 3 desserts in one go and sighed lightly, oh my. I'm so satisfied. During my time in Shanghai, all I could think about was the delicious food from Beijing Beauty. Now I've finally had my fill. I wonder when the boss of Beijing Beauty plans to open a branch in Shanghai. When Ni Young had originally founded Beijing Beauty, she had never thought about turning it into a cheap chain of restaurants. She wanted Beijing Beauty to be a legacy, to become a major landmark of Beijing. It was better to have a scarcity than an excess. If Beijing Beauty could be found everywhere, it would lose its original business philosophy. Moreover, even without opening branches, the daily turnover at Beijing Beauty was still impressively high. Ni Young smiled and asked, Sister Yao Yao, do you really like the food from Beijing Beauty that much? Li Yao nodded, of course. Beijing Beauty has the most delicious food I have ever tasted. Ni Young smiled and took a bite of a duck tongue. The 18th day of the second lunar month was Mo Baichuan's engagement day. Mo Baichuan was Mo Kishan's elder nephew, and Ni Young was Mo Kishan's girlfriend. With such an important occasion, it wouldn't be appropriate for Ni Young not to go. In the morning, as soon as Ni Young came downstairs, she saw Mo Qishan already sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Little Ni Yun was sitting across from him. Perhaps because little Ni Yun had known Mo Qishan since she was young, she inexplicably liked Mo Qishan very much and treated this future brother-in-law just like a real brother. Mo brother, why are you here so early? Ni Young asked Mo Qishan in surprise. Early? I've been waiting for you for over half an hour, Mo Qishan replied. Ni Young felt a bit embarrassed and touched her nose. Although Mo Qishan was usually a bit scatterbrained, he was very proper at the Ni family's house. When Ni Young was sleeping, he never stepped half a foot into her bedroom. Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face? Mo Qishan followed up with another question. Ni Young nodded. Sit here. I'll dish up some food for you. Mo Qishan rose from his chair. Watching Mo Qishan's retreating figure, Ni Young thought to herself that this man was far too comfortable here. This was clearly her home, yet Mo Qishan behaved as if he was in his own place. Soon, Mo Qishan returned with a bowl of white porridge and also held a boiled egg in his hand. He calmly peeled the eggshell, placed the yolk in his own bowl, and gave the egg white to Ni Young. Ni Young wasn't picky with food, but she didn't like the yolk of boiled eggs. Therefore, whenever Mo Qishan was around, he would eat the yolk. If Mo Qishan wasn't there, Ni Young wouldn't eat the egg at all. Big sisters who are picky eaters won't grow tall, little Ni Yun winked at Ni Young playfully. Ni Young smilingly said, your big sister isn't picky, it's just that your future brother-in-law loves egg yolks, so your sister gives them to him because I can't bear to eat them. Really? Ni Young nodded earnestly. You're so nice to your brother-in-law. You're the best, big sister. Little Ni Yun exclaimed. Ni Yang's lips held a smile. As the conversation ended, little Ni Yun asked, Big sister, are you happy now? Ni Young nodded slightly, scooped a spoonful of white porridge into her mouth, and said, It's all right. Big sister, can I have some candy? At this, little Ni Yun held up a small finger, just one piece. Ni Young shook her head with a smile, nope. Why not? Little Ni Yun began shaking Ni Yang's arm, pouting, You're the best, big sister. That won't work, your sugar-coated bullets are useless against your sister. Little Ni Yun turned her head to Mo Qishan, brother-in-law. Mo Qishan turned to look at Ni Young, looking at me is no use. Your sister is the boss here. I have to follow her lead. Little Ni Yun's mouth quivered and she burst into tears with a loud wah. No candy means no candy, crying won't change anything, Ni Young added. Little Ni Yun sobbed and sniffled, saying, I like you so much, big sister, you really disappoint me. The poor little thing looked absolutely heartbroken. Yang found a tissue to wipe little Yun's tears and said, "What did big sister tell you before? Eating candy is bad for your teeth. If you always eat candy, little bugs will grow on your teeth. They will slowly burrow into the inside of your teeth and eat them away. Then, our pretty little Yun will have to eat only soft food, like porridge and noodle mush. If that happens, you won't be able to eat delicious things like chicken, duck, fish, or big pancakes anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1063, Mo Baichuan's Engagement, 23rd Update. Hearing this, little Yun covered her mouth in fear. "No, I don't want little bugs to grow on my teeth." "Then will you still eat candy?" Yang asked. Little Yun hesitated, then asked, "Did great-grandma also lose her teeth to bugs because she ate too much candy?" "Yes," Yang nodded seriously, "so Yun, from now on you can only have one candy a week, otherwise, bugs will eat your teeth." "So, will you listen to your sister from now on?" "I will," little Yun nodded. Between candy and her teeth, little Yun wisely chose her teeth. Just then, Grandpa Zheng walked in with a hoe. Yang, I thought I heard little Yun crying just now." "Why was she crying?" "You should ask her yourself," Yang responded. Little Yun looked up at Grandpa Zheng. "Grandpa, I won't eat candy anymore. Sister said that eating candy makes little bugs grow on teeth." Grandpa Zheng, who doted on little Yun, chuckled, "Having one occasionally won't harm you." Little Yun held up one little finger. "Sister said only one a week." "Oh, our little Yun is so pitiful," Grandpa Zheng exclaimed. Little Yun, cunning as she was, immediately put on a sad expression following behind him. Yang looked at Grandpa Zheng. "Grandpa, you must not secretly give Yun candy." Grandpa Zheng nodded. I want. After breakfast, Yang and Mo Chishan left for the Mo family's house. Grandpa Zheng, not fond of going out, stayed home with little Yun, while Grandma Zheng and Grandma Shengguan had already gone in Shengguan Dihui's car. The engagement ceremony was held at the Mo family's villa. By 10 in the morning, many friends and relatives had already gathered at the Mo family's villa to offer their congratulations. Indeed, there were also those who came to watch the spectacle. Before this, Zhao Jingrong had been Mo Kishan's fiancé. Bai Chuan was a junior in the family, and now things were in disarray, weren't they? More importantly, Bai Chuan had previously been cheated on by Li Xianxian. Everyone thought Zhao Jingrong must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to marry Bai Chuan. Otherwise, with Zhao Jingrong's status, she could have found someone better. In fact, Zhao Jingrong's parents and brothers initially did not approve of her being with Bai Chuan. But after finding out that Bai Chuan was Mr. Mog, they had no more objections. That was the famous Mr. Mog. Marrying him was like a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Now let them laugh. Once they find out Bai Chuan is Mr. Mog, they'll be the ones surprised. By then, Zhao Jingrong would be the object of the whole city's envy. Zhao Jingrong, dressed in a red gown, and Mo Chishan stood at the entrance to greet the guests. Mo Chishan gently held on to Yang as they walked over. "Uncle Lu, Miss Ni," Zhao Jingrong was in a great mood today, all smiles. After all, the man standing next to her was a well-known figure. Soon, she would be his fiancée, his companion. Bai Chuan watched the two approaching. He felt it was utterly blinding. This worthless Uncle Lu was definitely not worthy of Yang. Yang would never fall for such a man. Yang must be truly heartbroken today, especially since he was getting engaged to Zhao Jingrong. But heartbreak was useless now. He had given Yang a chance, and it was she who did not seize it properly. She couldn't blame anyone else. Baichuan squinted his eyes, subtly observing every minute expression on Ni Yang's face. Ni Yang, as usual today, wore a cheongsam and a coat. The plain cheongsam paired with a deep blue coat emanated an indescribable vigor. Ni Yang handed a prepared red envelope to Zhao Jingrong. I wish you love that endures through the years, may you know each other as intimately as ever, and may you bathe in the river of love for the rest of your lives. Thank you. Zhao Jingrong accepted the red envelope, then responded, I also wish that you and Uncle Lu soon achieve harmony and enter the palace of marriage. Ni Yang smiled and thanked her, then she and Mo Qishan walked inside. Baichuan slightly frowned. He felt something was off. From the beginning to the end, Ni Yang's face showed not a hint of sadness. Seeing the person she loved get engaged to another woman, could she really feel nothing? Or was she suppressing her own feelings? Actually, deep inside, she had already fallen apart. After all, Ni Yang was the best at acting. Yes. That must be it. In the hall, Mo Baichuan's parents were hosting important guests. Mrs. Mo was chatting with Mrs. Shengguan and Mrs. Zheng. Shengguan Dehui was strolling in the Mo family's garden with Ni Tsuehua. Apart from the relatives of the Mo family, the relatives from Zhao Jingrong's family were also in the hall. Today, Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong were the protagonists, so Mo Qishan didn't need to entertain guests, so he took Ni Yang upstairs to play games, planning to come down for dinner when it was time. As Mo Baichuan made several rounds in the hall and failed to see Ni Yang, he became more convinced that Ni Yang must be feeling terrible inside. Without even thinking, he knew Ni Yang must have secretly hidden in a corner to cry. She brought this on herself. She didn't deserve any sympathy. Mo Baichuan indifferently withdrew his gaze and, urged by Zhao Jingrong, went with her to attend to Zhao family's relatives. The engagement party was very smooth. Ni Yang and Mo Qishan didn't come downstairs until it was time to eat. The Mo family was thriving, and during the meal, Song Beiqing brought a group of younger family members to toast. Ni Yang actually had a good tolerance for alcohol, but Mo Qishan wouldn't let her drink, blocking all the shots taken by the juniors. His originally pale face warmed with hints of ruddy color. His whole demeanor took on a more lively charm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1064, The Uncomfortable Mo Baichuan, Chapter 24. At that moment, Mo Qishan nodded calmly, I remember. Ni Yang. Mo Qishan was their Uncle Six. Had she heard wrong? Ni Yang looked at Mo Qishan with a face full of surprise. Mo Qishan smiled and said, Yang, this is my nephew Lu Daqiang. You can call him Daqiang or Third Kiddo, it's all fine. Third Kiddo, this is your Auntie Six. The old master said very respectfully, hello, Auntie Six. Ni Yang swallowed, and that term Third Kiddo ultimately didn't leave her lips, hello. The old master nudged the old lady next to him with his elbow. After a moment, the old lady reacted, bowed, and followed suit, hello Uncle Six, Auntie Six. Hello, you too. Ni Yang had long known that Mo Qishan's generational ranking in the Mo family was not low, but she didn't know that his ranking was so high. And moreover, when the two elders looked at Mo Qishan, there wasn't a trace of disdain in their eyes, but all the respect that a junior should have. A prominent family really was a prominent family. That kind of adherence to tradition that came from the bones was something ordinary people simply couldn't imitate. Just then, the old master called over a middle-aged couple and proceeded, Uncle Six, Auntie Six, this is the Jianhua couple. Jianhua, Ingzi, these are your Grandpa Six and Grandma Six. The middle-aged couple immediately greeted them, hello, Grandpa Six and Grandma Six. Ni Yang raised an awkward but polite smile, hello to you too. Mo Qishan casually took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to them. After the family of 4 left, Ni Yang looked at Imo Chishan and said, I didn't expect your family ranking to be so high. Imo Chishan, with an air of someone used to the world, said, what's so surprising about that? Some people even call me great-grandpa. It's just that they're not here today. Mo Baichuan's generational ranking in the Mo family was already high, and since Imo Chishan was the youngest, his ranking was naturally even higher. Ni Yang said, does that mean I'm supposed to be a great-grandma now? Mo Chishan continued, what does it matter if our generational ranking is high? Wait until our daughter is born in the future, and they'll all have to call her granny. Because little Ni Yun was just too cute, Mo Chishan particularly wanted a daughter. A daughter born to him and Ni Yang would definitely be very cute and very pretty. Cut it out. Ni Yang poked Mo Chishan's arm, dream on. Mo Chishan, slightly tipsy, wrapped an arm around Ni Yang's shoulder. Yang, let's have a few more daughters in the future. Right now there's a family planning policy, each family can only have one child, Ni Yang reminded him. Then shall we immigrate to another country? Mo Chishan suggested. No. Ni Yang said, born a Chinese, die with the soul of a Chinese, I am firmly against changing nationality. Ni Yang aspired to earn a hefty sum from foreigners for the Chinese skincare industry, and to stand up for it. How could she possibly consider immigration? She was Chinese, why would she contribute to another country? That was just impossible. All right then, if you don't move, I won't move. In the future, you'll call the shots in our family. Actually, Mo Chishan had no intention of immigrating either, he just said it on a whim. Big brother Mo, you've had too much to drink, it'll help you upstairs to rest. I haven't had that much. Let's go. Ni Yang greeted the others at the dining table and then supported Mo Chishan as they headed upstairs. Do you need any help, little auntie? Song Beicheng came over to ask. With one hand around Mo Chishan's waist and the other gripping his hand, Ni Yang said, thanks, but there's no need. I can manage on my own. Are you sure you can handle it? Song Beicheng expressed his doubts. Mo Chishan was nearly 190 centimeters tall, though not fat, he was still a big man. Mo Chishan was honestly worried that Ni Yang wouldn't be able to carry him. Ni Yang laughed and said, piece of cake. Are you sure you don't need help? Dear nephew. Ni Yang looked up at Song Beicheng, I am sure and certain that I don't need your help. Go play over there. Go play over there. Did Ni Yang just treat him like a 3-year-old child? Song Beicheng scratched his head. During their conversation, Ni Yang had led Mo Chishan to the stairwell of the second floor. This convinced Song Beicheng, it seemed Ni Yang truly was capable. As Song Beicheng watched the backs of Ni Yang and Mo Chishan, another person was also watching. This person was Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes, and the expression at the bottom of his eyes didn't look good. He could no longer distinguish when Ni Yang was pretending and when she was not. Could it be that Ni Yang watched him and Zhao Jingrong's engagement without feeling a thing? Could it be that she had to wait until he and Zhao Jingrong got married before she came to steal the bride? Mo Baichuan exhaled softly. Ni Yang took Mo Chishan straight to the third-floor room and then made him a cup of honey water. Honey water, it sobers you up. Mo Chishan obediently took the cup and drained the honey water in one gulp. Do you want more? Ni Yang asked. No, thanks. Just then, Mo Chishan suddenly reached out, hugged Ni Yang, and pressed her onto the sofa. Feeling his unusual behavior, Ni Yang pushed him, Brother Mo, you're drunk. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Mo Chishan's tone was deep. After quite some time, Mo Chishan finally let her go, stood up, and walked to the side. Brother Mo, where are you going? I'm going to the restroom, Mo Chishan answered. Do you need help? Ni Yang asked absent-mindedly. Upon hearing this, Mo Chishan's steps halted, and he turned to look at Ni Yang. The depth of his eyes seemed like a concentrated ink that had not spread, his tone was low, are you sure? Only then did Yang realize what she had said, and her ears blushed furiously, abandoning the cup, and she walked downstairs. "I'll go check downstairs." Mo Chishan let out a light chuckle, pulled open the bathroom door, and soon there was the sound of splashing water from inside. Downstairs the guests were still in abundance. "Aunt, why did you come down alone? Where is my uncle?" Song Beiqing saw Yang coming down from upstairs and asked with concern. "He drank too much and is lying in bed now," Yang said. Song Beiqing nodded. "I see." Actually, since a moment ago, Song Beiqing had found it quite strange. Mo Chishan used to have a very good alcohol tolerance, so how did he get drunk after just a few drinks today? "Aunt, when do you plan to get the formalities done with my uncle?" Song Beiqing inquired. "What formalities?" Yang hadn't quite caught on. Just then, Mo Baichuan, who happened to be holding a wine glass, overheard the conversation. Hearing Yang's tone, it seemed that she had no intention of being together with Mo Chishan. He knew it. The reason Yang was with Mo Chishan was all because of him. In this way, on the day of his and Zhao Jingrong's wedding, Yang was sure to show her true colors. With this thought, Mo Baichuan's originally gloomy heart suddenly brightened. "The formalities with my uncle, of course." Song Beiqing continued. "When are you planning to have the wedding?" Yang smiled. "Oh, that. There's no rush. Let's talk about it after I graduate." Yang was only 19 this year. She didn't want to step into the institution of marriage so early. Might as well wait. After all, men don't have to give birth, so it doesn't matter if they marry late. Song Beiqing said, "But my uncle is already 29 this year. By the time you graduate, he'll be old." Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Nephew, as I recall, you're about the same age as your uncle, right? Do you have a girlfriend? When are you getting married? If you don't, I have a few pretty girls around me. Shall I introduce you to one?" Hearing this, Song Beiqing felt a headache coming on. He hated being rushed into marriage the most and quickly replied, "Aunt, I have other things to deal with. I'll check over there." Yang chuckled. This engagement conveniently set the wedding date for Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong, which was on the 18th of June on the lunar calendar, more than 4 months away. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another half-month had gone by. During this time, Zuoling had a hard time. In just 2 months, he looked like he had aged 10 years. He regretted it. He didn't want to live with Chen Liebao, who was no better than Zhu Beiji, for another day. "Mom, I want to divorce Chen Liebao." "What did you say?" Zuo's mother was startled. "I want to divorce Chen Liebao," Zuoling repeated. Zuo's mother hurriedly covered Zuoling's mouth. "Lingling, you can't talk nonsense like that." Zuoling's current job was given to him by Chen Libao's father. If he divorced, where would Zuoling work? "Mom, I've had enough." Zuo's mother said, "Actually, Liebao is not bad except for having a bit of a temper. She comes from a good family. After her parents pass away, all their property will be yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1065, Upon Learning the Truth, filled with immense regret, 25th update. As she finished speaking, his mother continued, "You're not still thinking about that Shangguan Shi, are you?" Zuoling fell silent for a moment. His mother slapped him on the back of his head. "You're such a fool. Shangguan Shi is just a little village girl, how could she compare to Liebao? If you married Shangguan Shi, our family might not even have a warm meal to eat." In summary, his mother was still very satisfied with Chen Liebao. After all, Chen Liebao was rich. Zuoling sighed. His mother went on, "Lingling, don't talk about that kind of thing in the future. They say when you marry for clothes and food, but it's the same when you take a wife. A girl with conditions like Liebao, there are countless people outside who are vying for her. It's also because Lai Bao has good taste that she chose you. Come on, go shopping with mom and watch a movie. Watching a movie will make you feel better. Zhuo Ling followed his mother out. Coincidentally, just as they hit the street, they saw an acquaintance. It was Shang Guanxi. They saw Shang Guanxi coming out of the mall carrying big and small bags and getting into a sedan car. A sedan car. His mother nudged Zhuo Ling's arm. Is that person Shang Guanxi? Zhuo Ling was stunned. It seems like her. Whose car is that? His mother asked curiously, wondering if Shang Guanxi had snagged a rich guy. I don't know whose it is. Zhuo Ling shook his head, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Shang Guanxi was still beautiful and confident and had even found herself a wealthy boyfriend. And he had become a married man. Before the mother and son could react, the car drove away. His mother looked in the direction the car disappeared, her eyes filled with curiosity. She was genuinely curious. After all, Shang Guanxi almost became her future daughter-in-law. Now that Shang Guanxi was riding in a sedan car, how could she not be curious? She had no idea what Shang Guanxi's boyfriend looked like. But for sure, Shang Guanxi's boyfriend couldn't be as outstanding as Zhuo Ling. Nor as good-looking as him. Being able to drive a sedan car, maybe he's some old, decrepit man. Yes. That must be it. Thinking this way, his mother felt a bit better. For such a young girl like Shang Guanxi to marry an old man, that wasn't something to be proud of. Lingling, I think Shang Guanxi's current boyfriend must be some old creep. Maybe even older than your dad. Geez, such a girl is really shameless. Ready to do anything for money. It's a good thing you dumped her back then. Otherwise, she would have surely cheated on you eventually. His mother blurted out what was on her mind. Zhuo Ling was taken aback. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Nonsense? What I'm saying is based on facts. Shang Guanxi should look at herself. A village girl like her, thinking she could marry into a wealthy family? Dream on. That made some sense. Shang Guanxi was, after all, a country girl. How could a country girl marry into a wealthy family? Dream on. And Zhuo Ling had seen Wu Chenjin's car before. He was certain that the car just now wasn't Wu Chenjin's. So, the driver definitely wasn't Wu Chenjun. If the driver wasn't Wu Chenjun, it was very likely, as his mother said, that Shang Guanxi had found herself an old man. Though Shang Guanxi went off with an old man, he had married Chen Lai Bao, a sow, but at least she was young. Thinking like that, Zhuo Ling felt a lot better and walked toward the cinema with his mother. After watching the movie and stepping out of the cinema, Zhuo Ling ran into Shang Guanxi again. This time, Zhuo Ling also saw the person driving the car clearly. The unbelievably driver was Shang Guanxi herself. And sitting in the passenger seat wasn't some old man, but Shang Guanxi's sister, Ni Yang. It seemed that Ni Yang was teaching Shang Guanxi how to drive. Why could Ni Yang drive? Where did they get the car from? Weren't the Shangguan family very poor? What was going on now? For a moment, Zhuo Ling panicked. His mother was also surprised. Is that little girl in the passenger seat Shang Guanxi's stepdaughter? If Shang Guanxi really had married an old man, then it would make sense for her to have a stepdaughter about her age. Zhuo Ling shook his head. That's Shang Guanxi's sister, Ni Yang. My goodness, his mother covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that the sedan car belonged to Shang Guanxi's family? Impossible, right? What in the world was happening? It must be a mistake. His mother patted Zhuo Ling's hand. Even though Shang Guanxi was driving, it doesn't necessarily mean the car is hers. Maybe it was given to her by that old man. Source, web novel. Com, updated by Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1066, Upon Learning the Truth, Filled with Immense Regret, 25th Update, _2. Really? Zhuo Ling's feelings were extremely complicated now. Thinking back to what he had seen at the Ni family last time, he felt as if he had missed out on a gold mine. Madame Zhuo nodded, yes. That's definitely it. Come on, Lingling, let's go to the bank. We need to pay Auntie Zhou her salary tomorrow. Madame Zhuo dragged Zhuo Ling to the bank. Just at that moment, they ran into Shangguan Su leaving the bank. He was looking down and saying something to the assistant behind him, clearly a high-ranking leader. Zhuo Ling was stunned again. Shangguan Shi had mentioned that Shangguan Su worked at the bank, and Zhuo Ling thought he was just a menial worker, but it didn't seem so now. Could a menial worker have such an air about him? What's wrong, Lingling? Madame Zhuo tugged at Zhuo Ling's sleeve. Zhuo Ling swallowed hard. The person walking in front is Shangguan Zai's older brother, Shangguan Su. Shangguan Zai's older brother? Madame Zhuo looked up. Shangguan Su also heard the noise and looked over here, then quickly averted his gaze as if the Zhuo mother and son were mere ants. Seeing this, Zhuo Ling felt extremely upset. After all, Shangguan Su had been quite polite to him when they met the parents that night. Madame Zhuo, holding Zhuo Ling's arm, said, if Shangguan Zai's brother works at the bank, then the people there must surely know the Shangguan family's situation. Let's go and inquire. Zhuo Ling was pulled by Madame Zhuo into the bank lobby. While withdrawing money, Madame Zhuo took the opportunity to ask, by the way, does that young man named Shangguan Su work at your bank? The teller smiled and said, Shangguan Su is our bank manager. Manager? Hearing these two words, the Zhuo mother and son were completely stunned. What's the concept of a manager? Ordinary people find it very difficult to become even clerks at a bank, and if a family has a bank manager, he must be the pride of the entire family. Not to mention a manager. Neither Madame Zhuo nor Zhuo Ling expected Shangguan Su to be the manager. Madame Zhuo was taken aback and then said, Comrade, you must be joking with me. I know Shangguan Su. He even has a sister named Shangguan Shi. If Shangguan Su really is the manager, would he still live in the countryside? The teller smiled and responded, Auntie, I'm not joking with you at all. Shangguan Su is indeed our manager, and he comes from an exceptional family background. His family's business is a century-old illustrious household in Beijing. As for why he lives in the countryside, I heard it's because the elders in his family say the rural air is better. But our manager only stays there once a week. Speaking of Shangguan Su, the teller had a lot to say. Our manager is a man with ideals and aspirations. He doesn't want to inherit the family wealth. I heard that in the future, the Shangguan family's property will all be left to his sister, Shangguan Shi. However, his sister is an outstanding girl too. She is currently learning at the Mingming Group to take over the family business, and it won't be long before she takes charge. Boom. It was like a clap of thunder rang in the ears of Madame Zhuo and Zhuo Ling. They were left dizzy and disoriented. What's going on? How could this be? Who could have imagined that Shangguan Zai's family background was this remarkable? Zhuo Ling wished he could immediately throw himself into the river. He was filled with regret. He regretted not cherishing Shangguan Shi properly. If he had cherished her, then all of the Shangguan family's property would be his. Madame Zhuo felt even worse than Zhuo Ling. After all, the person who disagreed with Shangguan Shi and Zhuo Ling getting together was her. What foolishness had she committed? She wished she could smash her head against a wall. It was truly a case of losing a gold mine and picking up a sesame seed. Mother and son burst into tears on the spot. The teller was startled. Well, what's wrong with you two? Madame Zhuo and Zhuo Ling left the bank, bewildered. Zhuo Ling angrily said, It's all your fault, Mom. If it weren't for your meddling, Shangguan Shi and I would be married by now. I'd be the Shangguan family's son-in-law. Shangguan Shi had even sneaked out her household registration book, ready to register their marriage with him. Zhuo Ling was full of regret, so much regret. Madame Zhuo, crying, said, Blame me, it's all my fault. Hit me, Lingling. I let you down, I was blind. What good is hitting you? Will that bring Shangguan Shi back? Just then, Madame Zhua suddenly stopped crying and looked up at Zhuo Ling. Lingling, Shangguan, she likes you so much, she couldn't have forgotten about you so quickly. Let's go find her now. You apologize to her, truly apologize. Maybe she'll forgive you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1067, Upon Learning the Truth, Filled with Immense Regret, 25th Update, _3. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ling's eyes lit up. 3 years of feelings for Shangguan Shi, maybe she really would forgive him? The mother and son hurried back to the spot they had been at, and luckily, Shangguan Shi and Ni Yang were still there. Xiaoxi, my good child, why are you here? Zhuo's mother approached and tapped on the car window, looking urgently at Shangguan Shi. Zhuo Ling said, Xiaoxi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Can we start over, please? Give me a chance, and from now on, I'll do anything you say. Shangguan Shi gave them a cold glance, get lost. Then she floored the gas pedal, and the car took off, leaving the Zhuo family mother and son in a cloud of dust. Realizing there was no chance of reconciliation, the mother and son sat down on the ground and broke into loud sobs. Ni Yang gave a thumbs up to Shangguan Shi, Sister Xiaoxi, that was impressive, your driving is getting better and better. Shangguan Shi said a bit sheepishly, I don't know what came over me just now, suddenly, I drove so well. Ni Yang continued, by the way, was that old lady we saw earlier Zhuo Ling's mother? Shangguan Shi nodded. Ni Yang went on, from her looks, that old lady is no easy customer. Don't get fooled by them again. Shangguan Shi said without words, Yang, do I look like a fool to you? She wasn't stupid enough to be tricked by Zhuo Ling again. Besides, it seemed like she was starting to like someone else now. Thinking of that person, a smile touched Shangguan Zai's brows. Seeing this, Ni Yang felt relieved. Wu Yenyun had been coming home very late these days, which deeply worried Wu Jinshu, so he decided to wait for her at the community entrance. He wouldn't have known how bad it was if he hadn't waited. He was shocked. Wu Yenyun wasn't coming back with a female classmate but was being dropped off by a young man on a motorbike. Seeing this, Wu Jinshu was furious, and he reached out to stop the motorbike. Yenyun, get off now. Wu Yenyun, who was in the back seat, was startled. Dad, come here. Wu Yenyun hesitated, then walked behind Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu pointed at Wei Haoguang, the motorbike rider, and said, young man. Our Yenyun is a good girl, she needs to study hard. Please don't come looking for her again. Otherwise, I'll hit you every time I see you. Wei Haoguang was also scared, and he took off on his motorbike, making a U-turn to flee. Wu Yenyun frowned and said, Dad. What were you just saying? Wei Haoguang is just a friend. How am I supposed to face my friends after what you just did? Yenyun. Wu Jinshu said, you are still a student. As a student, you should behave like one. What does it look like, hanging out with these kinds of dubious people all the time? I forbid you to associate with them from now on. And another thing, tell me the truth. Have you not been going to your classmates' houses to study recently? Have you been hanging out with these people all this time? It's none of your business. You have no right to interfere with who I am friends with. Wu Yenyun turned and stormed off. Wu Jinshu sighed and followed behind her. Once home, Yan Erjun noticed the father and daughter both looked upset, so she asked what was wrong. Wu Jinshu looked at Wu Yenyun, you ask her. Wu Yenyun snorted and walked to her room, backpack slung over her shoulder. Didn't she even have the right to choose her friends now? Wu Jinshu didn't understand Wei Haoguang at all. What right did he have to think so badly of him? Just because she wasn't their biological child, did that mean they could treat her like this? What exactly happened? Since Yan Erju dared not upset Wu Yenyun, she had to keep asking Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu repeated what he had just witnessed. Enrich's mouth hung open in surprise after hearing this. Wu Jinshu continued, this child is really too confused. How can she hang out with that kind of person? She's a girl, after all. What if she gets taken advantage of? And when I tell her, she actually gets unhappy. She's really become uncontrollable. Enrich sighed. Just then, the phone in the house started to ring. Enrich walked over to answer it. After recognizing the voice on the other end of the line, Enrich said with a smile, "Oh, it's Teacher Zhou. You were saying." The call lasted for over half an hour. After hanging up, the smile on Enrich's face disappeared completely, leaving her face clouded with worry. Teacher Zhou was Wu Yanyan's homeroom teacher. She said that Wu Yanyan's grades had recently plummeted severely, falling from second in the class all the way down to near the bottom. What did being near the bottom mean? It meant that Wu Yanyan might not even get into a community college. After calming down, the couple earnestly implored Wu Yanyan throughout the evening, but she still came home very late the next day. Did you go riding motorcycles with that disreputable youth again? Wu Jinshu asked. Wu Yanyan glared at Wu Jinshu. I'll say it again, Wei Haoguang is my friend, and he is not disreputable. Enrich tried to mediate from inside. Xiaoyun, your dad didn't mean that. He just feels that your current task is to focus on your studies. Once you get into a good university, you can hang out with whoever you want. We won't be interfering then. Enrich hadn't finished her sentence when Wu Yanyan interrupted her. I don't need you to intervene even now. The next day Wu Yanyan simply skipped classes. Wu Jinshu, beside himself with anger, abandoned his work and went out to find Wu Yanyan. After searching the entire afternoon, he finally located her. When he arrived at the scene, Wu Jinshu almost went mad with fury. Drinking. Wu Yanyan was actually drinking. Wu Jinshu grabbed a glass of alcohol and splashed it harshly on Wu Yanyan's face. Come back home with me. I won't go back. Wu Yanyan glared back at Wu Jinshu. I'm already of age. You have no right to control my life. Come back with me. Wu Jinshu grabbed Wu Yanyan's wrist in one movement. After much difficulty, they managed to bring Wu Yanyan back home, where she sat crying and making a commotion. Why couldn't she drink? Even Yang had drunk when he graduated from high school last year, so why couldn't she? Everything she did was wrong. She felt like she shouldn't exist in this world at all. Enrich tried to reason with Wu Yanyan in a gentle, persuasive manner, but Wu Yanyan simply wouldn't listen. The next day, Wu Yanyan stubbornly refused to go to school. She would agree to go to school on one condition. Her parents couldn't intervene in her choice of friends. She wanted to be with Wei Haoguang. Having no other option, Wu Jinshu had no choice but to find Yang. I know I shouldn't be coming to you at this time, but I'm really at my wit's end. Xiaoyun is just too stubborn. Please, help me persuade her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1068, Can never escape the true fragrance law. Upon hearing the words, Yang furrowed her brows slightly. Godfather, it's not that I don't want to help, but with Yanyan's temperament, if I were to try to persuade her now, it would not only be ineffective but would likely add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Yang understood Wu Yanyan too well. If she went to persuade Wu Yanyan now, Wu Yanyan would definitely become defiant. In Wu Yanyan's heart, she was a sinner, whatever she did was wrong. So it was not appropriate for her to appear in front of Wu Yanyan at this time. Wu Jinshu was silent for a moment. Upon reflection, what Yang said made a lot of sense. Wu Yanyan hated Yang so much now, that if Yang stepped in, it would likely only make things more severe. Just like last time, when Wu Yanyan fell seriously ill, although it was Yang who cured her, not only did Wu Yanyan not feel the slightest bit of gratitude, but she also blamed Yang for saving her. With this thought, Wu Jinshu sighed, I wasn't thoughtful enough. In Wu Jinshu's heart, Ni Yang was almost like an omnipotent being, capable of solving almost any problem. So when he encountered a problem, he immediately thought of Ni Yang. But he had overlooked the most hidden danger of all. Yang, then what do you think I should do? Your godmother and I are really out of options, Wu Jinshu went on to say. Ni Yang then said, 18 is a sensitive age. Godfather, you don't need to be too nervous. If you're worried about Yanyan going astray, I suggest you take her to see a psychologist for counseling. 18 is right in the throes of puberty, and kids at this stage are extremely sensitive. To them, a small incident can often be blown out of proportion, and they can easily get stuck in a dead end. See a doctor? Wu Jinshu asked, puzzled. Yanyan isn't ill, can seeing a doctor solve the problem? Ni Yang nodded slightly. Given the current circumstances, psychological counseling is the best approach. Psychologists are different from regular doctors. Psychologists are also consultants who use therapy to deal with psychological issues. Right now, Yanyan just can't get past the psychological barrier. Alright, I'll go back and discuss it with your godmother. Ni Yang continued, I happen to know a very authoritative foreign psychologist. If you decide to bring Yanyan there, I can give you his contact information. Okay. After Wu Jinshu went back, he discussed the matter with Yen Erju. Yen Erju trusted Ni Yang completely. Since Ni Yang had suggested it, it must be right. Then let's take Yanyan to see him tomorrow, Yen Erju said. Wu Jinshu put his hat back on his head. Since you agree, I'll go get that psychologist's contact information from Yang right now. The treatment you receive at the hospital can be entirely different if you know someone from if you don't. Then hurry back, she said. Wu Jinshu went to the Ni family in the dark. After hearing about the situation with Wu Yanyan, Ni Tsuhua sighed. Although she had already decided to disown this daughter, seeing Wu Yanyan in such a fallen state now made her somewhat sad. The next day, the Wu family couple planned to take Wu Yanyan to the hospital. When Wu Yanyan heard that her parents were going to take her to see a doctor, she became extremely emotional. Why take me to the hospital? I'm not sick. How absurd. Completely absurd. Wu Jinshu said, Yanyan, listen to me, this psychologist is for counseling, not like a doctor who treats illnesses and performs surgery. So what you're saying is, I have a psychological problem. Wu Yanyan retorted. What's wrong with my mental state? In your eyes, am I some kind of lunatic? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. So in the eyes of her parents, she was just a lunatic. A lunatic who needed to see a doctor. Wu Jinshu immediately explained, no, Yanyan, nobody is saying you're a lunatic. We just think that you need some psychological counseling. Yen Erju also followed up with an explanation, Yanyan, just listen to your mom and dad this one time. You're still a student, but what kind of student doesn't go to school? Isn't that a psychological issue? Wu Yanyan then said, it's something Ni Yang instigated again, isn't it? Did Ni Yang tell you to take me to the hospital? Who else but Ni Yang would do such things? Ni Yang just couldn't bear to see her doing well. It was deliberate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1069, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance Law _2. Wu Jinshu said, it's not Yang, this matter has nothing to do with Yang, it was something I heard from others, they said you need to see a psychologist. A psychologist can guide you through it, and you can then untie your heart knot. Ni Yang had thought it through carefully. If Ni Yang had come with him today to persuade Wu Yanyan, given Wu Yanyan's current condition, things would have definitely gotten worse. It was usually okay not to mention Ni Yang, but the moment Ni Yang and the Ni family were brought up, Wu Yanyan would change completely. Utterly unrecognizable. Thankfully, Ni Yang didn't come today. Under the current circumstances, Wu Jinshu could only deny that Ni Yang had anything to do with this matter. Wu Yenyun continued, "It is Ni Yang. Stop trying to fool me. Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Yen Erju sighed, "Xiao Yun, stop being so stubborn, let's go to the hospital." "I won't go. I'm not sick." Making her go to the hospital to see a doctor out of the blue, Ni Yang was clearly up to no good. She was doing it on purpose. Ni Yang told me to see a doctor, why doesn't she go herself? Yen Erju said, "Yenyun, why do you always have to drag Yang Yang into everything? This really has nothing to do with Yang Yang. It's your dad and I, we want to take you to the hospital ourselves." "Not Ni Yang?" Wu Yenyun angrily said, "Do you dare swear it's not Ni Yang? If it is Ni Yang, may lightning strike me dead." Erju was stunned. Wu Jinshu was an atheist and immediately raised 3 fingers to swear, "Fine. I swear, if it's Ni Yang, may lightning strike me dead." With that, Wu Jinshu added, "Okay. Yenyun, come with us to the hospital. It's not good for you to keep skipping school like this." Wu Yenyun still didn't trust Wu Jinshu. She knew for sure that Ni Yang was behind this. "Come on, Xiaoyun." Erju took Wu Yenyun's hand and began to lead her out. "Let go of me." Wu Yenyun shook off Erju's hand. "I'm not going to the hospital. I'm not going anywhere." Wu Yenyun turned and entered her bedroom, closing the door with a bang. Erju sighed, "Ah. What are we supposed to do about this?" Wu Jinshu also sighed helplessly. "Yenyun, please open the door." Wu Jinshu knocked on the door. "Your mother and I, we have no other intentions but to take you to see a psychologist." "Yenyun." Wu Yenyun laid on the bed, her eyes listlessly staring at the ceiling, feeling extremely upset. Just because she wasn't their biological child, her foster parents would rather believe Ni Yang's words over hers. Seeing that Wu Yenyun still didn't respond, Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju, the husband and wife, helplessly shook their heads and returned to their own bedroom. Erju sighed, she hasn't gone to school for a week now. If this continues, not to mention a college diploma, she might not even make it into a regular university. After a pause, Erju added, "Is there really no other way than to see a psychologist?" Wu Jinshu shook his head. Yang Yang didn't say. "Yenyun is angry now, maybe we should ask again tomorrow morning?" Erju said, "I never noticed before, but this child's personality is really strange. More than strange. Absolutely bizarre." "She's still young," said Wu Jinshu. "Maybe she'll understand better in a few years." Erju sighed, "She's 18, that's not young. She had been married when she was 18. Wu Jinshu fell silent for a moment. The next morning, Erju specially prepared breakfast that Yenyun liked and then knocked on Yenyun's bedroom door. "Yenyun, come out for breakfast." No response. Twice, still no response. Until the third, fourth time, still no response. Erju stood outside for over 10 minutes before Wu Yenyun finally opened the door. "Will you ever stop bothering me?" Erju was taken aback, then said, "Xiaoyun, freshen up, we can have breakfast now." Wu Yenyun said with an awful look, "I'm not hungry." "Not hungry? How can you not be hungry? You can't skip breakfast. Come and eat." "I said I'm not hungry, aren't you getting annoying?" Wu Yenyun glared at Erju. Erju was taken aback. Wu Yenyun continued, "From now on, I'm going on a hunger strike, until you stop interfering in who I hang out with." "What did you say?" Erju was startled. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1070, Can Never Escape the True Fragrance Law _3. I'm going on a hunger strike. Wu Yenyun declared emphatically, "I'm going to fight you to the very end." After she said that, Wu Yenyun slammed the bedroom door shut with a bang. This time, she wasn't just going to fight her parents to the end, she was going to fight Ni Yang to the end as well. She wasn't a puppet on strings, subject to Ni Yang's manipulation. Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. Yan Erju anxiously pounded on Wu Yanyan's door. Going on a hunger strike was no joke. What if something serious happened? No, absolutely not. She couldn't let Wu Yanyan go on a hunger strike. But, no matter how hard Yan Erju pounded on the door, there was no response from inside. Since she had declared a hunger strike, she wasn't just talking the talk. With no movement inside, Yan Erju had no choice but to give up. She abandoned her duties at the company and rushed to the construction site to find Wu Jinshu. Hearing that Wu Yanyan had actually gone on a hunger strike, Wu Jinshu was also surprised. She really went on a hunger strike? Do you think I'm joking about something like this? Retorted Yan Erju. Wu Jinshu furrowed his brow, feeling a headache coming on. What do we do now? Yan Erju continued to ask. Wu Jinshu sighed and then said, she's throwing a hunger strike, isn't she? Well, let her go hungry. Yan Erju was stunned for a moment. Can that really work? This child is too stubborn, she must be corrected. If she wants to go on a hunger strike, let her. I refuse to believe that, when she's famished, she won't eat. Wu Jinshu was at his wit's end, having worried over Wu Yanyan a lot recently. Do we really do this? Yan Erju asked, uncertain. Yes, just do it. Wu Jinshu asserted firmly. I want to see just how stubborn she can be. Well, okay then. Wu Jinshu nodded, go back to the company quickly. The company can't run itself. Also, when you're back, lock away all the food at home, and collect the money as well. Yan Erju looked at Wu Jinshu in surprise. Since she wants to starve, let her be thoroughly starved. Wu Jinshu continued, when you go back, tell Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong that they are not to secretly give her anything to eat. Yan Erju still worried, what if she starves herself into serious trouble? Don't worry, a few days without food won't kill someone. When she's hungry, she'll naturally come to us to ask for food. She's a grown-up, not a child. Why she keeps causing such trouble, I don't understand. Yan Erju hesitated, then nodded her head. After returning, Yan Erju did as Wu Jinshu had said, locking away everything edible in the house along with the loose change, and she instructed Wu Dalong and Wu Erlong not to give Wu Yanyan anything to eat. Wu Yanyan lay in bed until evening, and for the entire day, except for Yan Erju calling her in the morning, no one asked her to eat. It was as if she had been forgotten. Was it because she wasn't their biological child? Would they just watch her starve to death? Wu Yanyan gazed toward the door, her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Did they think she was making an empty threat? Fine. Then she'd show them she wasn't bluffing. Determination deepened in Wu Yanyan's eyes. The next day, Ni Yang visited the construction site and, incidentally, inquired about Wu Yanyan's situation. Wu Jinshu shook his head helplessly. Yanyan absolutely refuses to go to the hospital with us. Now, she's even threatening us with a hunger strike. A hunger strike? Ni Yang asked incredulously. Over Wei Haoguang? Wu Jinshu nodded. Ni Yang frowned slightly. Yanyan is persistent. If she says she'll go on a hunger strike, she'll do it. Normally, people can only survive 3 to 5 days without food and water. Godfather, you should be careful not to let this get out of hand. I'm aware. The feeling of an empty stomach is very uncomfortable. After a day and a half without food, Wu Yanyan felt weak all over, unable to muster any strength. Even her normally healthy, rosy lips had turned paper white and were flaking. She felt dizzy to death. She could barely lift a finger. Yet, in that day and a half, there was no sign of anyone at home. Could it be that they really intended to watch her starve to death? Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu were honest people. They didn't have that many schemes. The person behind this idea was undoubtedly Ni Yang. Ni Yang would be happy to see her starve sooner. In the living room, Yen Erju voiced her concerns. Xiaoyun has gone a day and night without food already. If this continues, can she hold out? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.